All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the October 13th, 2020 Newport Beach City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Do we have any public comments on agenda or non-agenda items?
Hello, members of the council. This is Jim Mosier. As I understand this segment of the agenda, you're primarily asking for comments on the closed session, which today consists of, it says, 5 matters, which you could disclose the nature of, but do not legally have to, and therefore apparently, on the advice of your attorney, are not disclosing what those are. That said, since neither I nor anybody else knows what you're going to be talking about, I can't really say much other than if you truly have 5 items to discuss by 4:30, that's 5 items in maybe 25 minutes. You have 5 each. 5 minutes each doesn't sound like enough for very healthy discussion of each of the 5 items, especially because the pitch you see for doing these things from the city staff is likely to present you with just one side of a very complex issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any calls? Nope. All right. Mr. City Attorney, go ahead.
The City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss whether or not to initiate litigation in regards to 5 matters. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stand in recess until 4:30. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the October 13th, 2020 City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, we have one announcement this evening. A motion was made by Councilmember Herdman and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Avery to initiate litigation in regards to one matter. All council members voted in favor of initiation of litigation. The action, the defendants, and other particulars related to the litigation will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry once the litigation is formally commenced. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Mayor Pro Tem Avery. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing. Sorry, I should have said that. Please stay standing for the invocation to be led by Drew Ross, the lead pastor at Christ Lutheran Church and School. And he's in the other room. Perfect.
Here in this place because you are people who have won the trust of the people of Newport Beach. But along with that honor does come a duty of humility, integrity, and public service. So please let us settle our hearts for a moment of prayer. God of justice and mercy, thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of this city. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint. Give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be leaders of your people and the people that you need. Help us see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence that your creation deserves. You have established the governing authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, we pray for this assembled council, asking that you would graciously grant to them wisdom to govern, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, confidence in what is good and fitting, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their task. We do pray for the agenda set before these people here today. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Newport Beach. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk.
The City of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. Now is the time for City Council announcements and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. It's also the time to A1 any items if you'd like them for a future agenda. Mr. Herdman.
I Have nothing tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner?
I just wanted to give accolades to our city public works department and our firemen. We had a water main break in Shore Cliffs, I believe it was last Friday, and our public works department was there. We've got some slides that I'd like to show. We had a water main break, and then as they were correcting that one, we had another water main break. And so they were battling that until about 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the evening. We did have, let's see, nope, that's not it. There we go. Yeah, and we did have one home flood. The water ran down right toward the storm drain and down their driveway into their garage and their main part of their house. And I was there with the homeowners, and she was so grateful to our fire personnel as they were trying to get the mud and the guck out of their house. And so anyway, that was a pretty eventful happening, and hopefully they all get cleaned up quickly. We also have an announcement about we had one of our biology teachers from Corona Del Mar High School contact us, and she did a project with her students where they did posters for the coronavirus, fighting the virus, and what we can do to help. And she got some really creative entries, and she wants to have a project where she has these printed up and distributed about the city, and she's going to print maybe the top 12 that she gets, and she's raising money for that in order to get those printed up. So we wanted to give her credit and put her information here so that you can see. It's Natalie Romero's Dobnes, and she's got her email address at Newport Mesa Unified School District. So that was a nice project that she did with her students. Very creative, more creative than just our little talking about wearing masks and the things that we can do. So, and then we do have a short-term lodging rental workshop coming up on October the 22nd at 4 p.m. This is to help our citizens understand how they can apply for the permits, how they can get everything in order so that they can get their short-term rental up and operating if they don't already, or even if there are new forms that they need to fill out. We want to make it as easy as possible for them, and so staff will answer questions and walk them through getting all of those forms filled out. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. Just a report, there are not too many meetings. We did have a short-term rental ad hoc committee meeting and also a boardwalk safety meeting with the presidents of the Balboa Peninsula Residents Association, the three, and so that topic continues to be discussed. And then I would like to A1 the following item, to bring back to council a proposed ordinance to require owner-occupied short-term rentals only on Newport Island. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffield?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put on the future agenda to discuss the possibility of a zoning amendment to allow restaurants and health club uses to the MU-DW zoning district, which is at Dover Drive and Westcliff.
Okay. Mr. Muldoon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to place on the agenda per A1 a petition brought forward to a couple of us. I've met with the members of, or the residents of Dover Shores, and they have a large percentage of signatures. They met with staff already, but I would like to discuss more than just speed bumps. I'd like to also discuss calming measures, which could be less controversial. And I understand that some of the cities, or some of the streets, one of them which is a cul-de-sac, they might not have as many people interested, so perhaps we would remove that from the percentage required to hit the threshold for the streets to have calming measures. But of course, this is in response to a tragedy that occurred, and many of us are concerned about protecting people in the streets of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Avery?
I attended the Orange County Sanitation District Operations Committee meeting representing the city, and also the ad hoc committee on homelessness. And is there something on the, our announcement about our change of zoning in the IG district in West Newport? There's a slide for that. Thought I might have was hoping it would be there. Great. So for those that were paying attention a little bit, we have a business on the west side in Newport operating a winery, and we are seeking community input to look at perhaps rezoning that very particular discrete area in that area by the schools with limited food service to operate in the industrial zone. And so we're going to have this Zoom meeting October 19th at 6 p.m., and you can see where to register. And this is really important for the property owners in that area and schools and the whole community to get a discussion going. And I won't go into detail here, but it's a very discrete zoning proposal for just a relatively small area of the industrial zone there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A few things. I was able to speak to the Orange County Bar Association about the way that our city and other cities have reacted for small businesses and the challenges that they're facing. Last Wednesday was the Housing Element Subcommittee. We'll be discussing some of the discussions there later tonight. Crystal Cove had its annual gala, only virtually, which is not nearly as beautiful as it normally is, but they continue to do some great work, and will continue to help out students as they go forward. Man, I had it in my calendar that this coming weekend was the time Newport Harbor High School was going to be starting their 90th anniversary celebrations. I might be wrong about that, but it's one of those times where I'm sure it will be celebrated at some point. But man, what a year. Police Appreciation Breakfast was one of the first things canceled when the pandemic hit back in March, which meant we didn't get Carol's typical witty banter at the joke as the MC. But I'll just note, it's not open to the public this year, but in the coming week, they're going to be having the appreciation awards for the officers and their families, and we have much to appreciate about our police department. So that'll be great. And then I think we've got a few slides for announcements. We've got not that one. There you go. First one, virtual workshop envisioning the future of housing on October 20th, 2020 from 6 to 7:30 via Zoom. We're going to be asking our members of the public to be involved in an interactive virtual workshop. This is going to be focused on our housing element issues that we will be discussing later tonight, but I wanted to make sure that folks were aware. October 20th, 2020, 6 to 7:30 via Zoom. If you would like to register, please go to newporttogether.com. All right, we'll go to the next one. We have a shred and e-waste event at the Harbor Day School parking lot on Saturday, October 17th from 8 a.m. to noon. My guess is that a lot of folks have gone through all of their files and hopefully have started cleaning, doing spring cleaning in the fall. Anyway, if you've done so, please do make sure that you shred it responsibly. And it is a free event. You just need to show that you're a Newport Beach resident. Next slide. The last day to register to vote is Monday, October 19th. Please do go to ocvote.com/registration. And last slide. And there are basically 3 ways to vote this year. You can see them all at ocvote.com. One of the ways is at an official ballot drop box. We have 4 of them in our city. One of them is located right at this red arrow. If you drive on the side of our central library as you go into the parking structure, it is going to be on the right. It's right next to the drop box where you are donating books, and it looks like this. Very large, very yellow. There's also another one on this side of town over across Marguerite at the city parking lot right next to Oasis Senior Center. All right, with that, we'll move into matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. The first one, our city clerk has a recusal on, so Madam Clerk.
And that's based on real property interest.
Okay. First item, consideration of additional restrictions concerning Surrey use on the peninsula. If you'd like to see this brought back, please go ahead and raise your hand. With the exception of Councilmember Muldoon, it's 6-1. We'll bring our clerk back in. Item number 2, consideration of holding a discussion about the general plan update. I will note, this is not normally done, but I would like to just ask for just a little bit of clarification. Beyond what we are talking about tonight, is there, what would you like to bring back, Ms. Brenner?
I would like us to just look at our general plan update process that we put on hold and look at it in a broader context rather than just the little housing element and the circulation element. I'd like us to look at the whole picture.
Okay. All right. Do you mind if I ask as a study session item?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. If you'd like to do that, go ahead and raise your hand.
With Councilmember Muldoon not agreeing. Oh, no. Okay, that was unanimous, 7-0. Sorry about that.
All right, and the last one is consideration of maintaining outdoor dining after the COVID emergency. This would not need to, I'm just going to preface and just say this does not need to be brought back soon, but just at some point in the future. If you'd like to see this brought back, please raise your hand.
That was unanimous.
Okay, we'll move into the consent calendar. Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 16. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I also need to note recusals for myself on items 4 and 8 due to real property interest and will need to leave the dais if either item is pulled.
All right, before we do that, I just got an email from someone saying that they cannot hear our council meeting.
I just showed that to one of our techs over here, and he just left the room to look into it.
All right, I'm going to tell you what, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to just see if we can get that fixed, because I don't want to move forward into actual agenda items unless we feel confident that members of the public can hear us, especially given the phone calls. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess before we move into the consent calendar. Thank you. We're good? All right. Sorry about that. It turns out the problem was the sound for the cable, not for online. So we believe that it's been fixed. So we'll restart and go back into our consent calendar. So at this time, I'm going to go through each council member. If there's any item you'd like to pull or note recusal on, now's the time. We'll start with Mr. Herdman.
No, there's nothing I want to pull.
Okay. Ms. Brenner?
I don't want to pull anything. I just wanted to, on item 8, it's the concrete alley and street replacement for Assessment District 117 in Old Corona del Mar. And I just wanted to congratulate the residents in that area for going through what they've gone through and the fact that they now have underground utilities and they'll have new alleys soon and also give them kudos because it's a big financial expense to them, and the fact that they were willing to do that was really a big thing. It makes such a difference. I'm relatively certain that their property values go up just because of that. And I'll even give kudo to my predecessor who had this position before me, and that he worked so hard to help make that happen.
Cool. All right, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything to pull, but I would like to ask the city manager just to clarify for our own information and edification, item number 13. Sounds like a very generous group of citizens. I'm not asking for anything private or proprietary, but could a little background on that, please?
Oh, sure, yeah. There was a group of community members, I think 28 in total, actually, who there's some personal connection to a member on the police force, and given everything that was happening in this current year and just a lot of challenges and things, wanted to provide support. So they anonymously put together funds that totaled over $30,000 to be spent. And they'll be spent for SWAT-type protective equipment for the police officers in our units.
And that saves the city.
In the SWAT unit
specifically. Does that save the city?
Yes, because those are equipments and things. It's replacement costs for things that we have. So,
okay,
yes.
well, thank you. It's very. We appreciate that generosity. So, thank you very much for explaining. Thank you. That'll be all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Duffield. Mr. Muldoon.
Yes, thank you. I have a no vote on item number 4. On item number 8, the potential conflict, we don't know if it involves telecom, but sometimes underground does, so I'll have a business conflict in item number 8. And finally, on item number 12, due to wireless telecom prior employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Avery.
I have none.
Just want to note a big thank you to our staff on number 9, as well as the Spyglass Hill Homeowners Association. That has been taking a long, long time to figure out where that leak was and how to remediate it. And you saw a substantial amount of money coming in from the Homeowners Association. So I just want to say thank you to everyone involved. That took a long time. And then also item 13, I was fortunate enough to talk to a number of the folks who donated. That is incredibly generous, and I love that. And item number 16 has been pulled by staff. Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, that was what I was.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. Mr. Avery, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the balance of consent calendar items 1 through 15 with no items pulled by the council and with recusals from Councilmember Muldoon on items 8 and 12 and a no vote on item 4. Thank you.
All right. We'll go out to public comment. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? We'll first start in the community room.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, members of the council. My name is Jim Mosier. As the clerk said before your break, the consent calendar tonight consists of 16 items. I guess it's actually 15 that will be voted on without actually announcing to the public what it is that you're voting on. And I would like to comment on 3 of those. Number 3 is the introduction of an ordinance that will be designating a street in Newport Shores as a one-way street. The thing that's interesting about that is if you read the staff report, you will find that there already are streets in Newport Shores adjacent to this. The staff report says have been signed as one-way only for many years, yet they're not in our municipal code. I'm curious how that could be. Item number 5 on the consent calendar, you're going to vote to commit to end child marriage. That sounds like the kind of thing you couldn't possibly vote against without it sounding like you're morally impure or something. But I'm certainly curious what child marriage has to do with, in any way, with the functioning of the Newport Beach city government that we pay taxes into. And finally, item 14 is one I wanted to comment on. There is a vacancy on what is called the Newport Beach Restaurant Association Business Improvement District Advisory Board of Directors. And you have a recommendation from the existing board of somebody that they would like to see appointed to the board. But you are actually the appointing body according to the state law that creates these associations. And I would think that the staff at least should have shown you who else applied for that job so you would have a chance to vote for them if you wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Good evening. I'm Hoyan Yip. I have a comment on agenda item number 11, Beach Container Refuse Collection Service contract with Rainbow Disposal. First, I want to say thanks to Public Works for their hard work to keep the beaches clean. That's probably frustrating at times. Yesterday, after I sent you the comment, then I read Jim Mosher's comment and I clicked through some of the links. So I think I got a full picture now. So last year, Council approved the amendment number 1 to the contract. So it became $120,000 a year for the picking up the trash on the beaches. So tonight, it looks like you're going to approve amendment number 2. So that will become $320,000 a year, almost doubled, almost $350,000 to pick up trash on the beaches. This makes the trash wells O&M looks cheap. That's estimated to be between $75,000 and $250,000. So I think it's time for the city to stop pointing the finger at Irvine trash because there's a bigger fish to fry locally. On October 1st, the Water Quality Committee reapproved to send the trash and the toxics reduction ordinance to City Council. I'm actually not too sure if this means anything different by now. In January, my presentation to the Harbor Commission was well received. In February, when Harbor Commission staff came to our committee meeting, the committee asked for a support letter from the commission. And tomorrow, the Harbor Commission is going to meet again. 8 months later, we still don't know where the support letter stands. But I mean, it really doesn't matter what the commissioners think or anybody here thinks. It just boils down to the 7 votes by you. So I would hope that the political will is more leaning towards our economy, tax dollars, public health, and the environment we all share with little kids and their future they depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments in the community room on consent? Any calls on consent? All right. Ooh. All right. So, hey, I need you to mute. Hang on. Hi, if you can hear me, please mute what you're listening to. Oh, okay. Then you can go ahead and start.
Hello, Mayor, Council members. This is Denise Oberman calling. I'm calling to comment on item number 4 with regard to the proposed ordinance for Boardwalk Safety Program. I want to thank the council and staff for bringing this forward. There are some really good additions and modifications, in particular the sites and fines. There's still a significant gap as to the enforcement commitment that this and program that the city's going to make, which will really make this safe. So I would respectfully like to notify the council that if particular motorized devices are going to be allowed on the boardwalk, that the boardwalk is unsafe. So I did remit a written comment and just wanted to make sure that it was on record that there's a notice of unsafe conditions on the boardwalk, and we're hopeful that the city will take this seriously for residents and visitors and restore safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other calls? All right, sounds good. Okay, So we have a motion. We didn't have a second. Do I have a second for Mr. Avery's motion? Seconded by Ms. Dixon. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for items 3 and 4. Ordinance number 2020-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending section 12.52.060 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code to designate portions of streets as one-way traffic only, and ordinance number 2020-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending chapter 12.54 of Title 12 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code pertaining to Oceanfront Boardwalk Safety Program. Councilmember Duffield? Okay. That's okay. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we'll move into, I'm sorry, hang on just a moment. Apologize. Okay, we'll move into public comments on non-agenda items. Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items? We'll take the community room first.
Good evening again. I have a comment on outdoor dining. I hope this will become a permanent thing in some way. You probably heard that Laguna is considering turning the promenade on the forest as a permanent thing. It's so popular, so well liked. Actually, this didn't happen easily there. For over 10 years was a heated debate. So I think that gave me hope. I'm under the impression that staff also looked into a similar situation in the city. I guess there's no site available for car-free outdoor entertainment area yet, but I hope we could have this idea in mind, start planning this with some kind of strategy. Maybe in the future permit issuing, we lean towards this direction a little bit. I also read some cities turned their streets, they close one side, so it becomes one-way street, and this other side becomes outdoor entertainment areas. So that would be fun, I guess. It will also be slower traffic. During one of the recent candidate forums, there was a discussion on the toll road. And I think Noah Blum made a good point. He said, it's horrible to tell people to drive away from the businesses. We need the businesses. I so agree with him on that. I think our streets could become more fun, more cultural, and more business friendly. We just need to plan it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier again, and I have a non-agenda item that I just thought of. In a few minutes on the agenda, you're going to be discussing short-term lodgings, which has to do with rental of houses or rooms for periods of less than 30 days. I think it might be interesting at some time, since we have been told repeatedly that that is not a property right, but the people of Newport Beach do have a property right to rent for longer than 30 days, to have a discussion about what the rules are for rentals in excess of 30 days. In particular, I'm pretty sure that anybody who wants to can rent a house for 30 days or more. Do they have a right to rent a room, or can they rent multiple rooms in their house to different people for 30 days or more? I have not heard that topic addressed, and I'm not actually sure what the answer is. And I think it would be a good thing to discuss publicly at some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other non-agenda comments in the community room? All right, any calls? All right. Hi, go ahead.
Hi, this is Mike Glenn. I was calling to get some confirmation on the boardwalk ban on basically everybody but walkers during the summertime weekend. If I'm not mistaken, that's what was talked about at the last meeting. However, I'm getting feedback that some of the people in contested election, mainly Diane Dixon, Jeff Herdman, and Brad Avery are telling people that that's not what happened. So I just wanted to play the tape back.
I mean, if you'd like it to only be pedestrians on the boardwalk, if that's what your intent is, and you're doing in May through September with more enforcement, if that's what you're trying to do, then that's the way to probably phrase it, is pedestrians only. Okay.
And what we typically think time period.
All right. Okay. So the first one we're going to do is straw poll whether you'd like to recommend the staff to bring back an ordinance that would allow pedestrians only on weekends, Memorial Day through Labor Day, with stepped up enforcement. So if you'd like to see that brought back, please raise your hand. So Mayor Pro Tem Brad Avery, Councilmember Brenner, Councilmember Dixon, and Councilmember Herdman voted in favor of bringing that back, and all other council members voted against.
So we are, again, talking about banning bikes on the boardwalk during summertime weekends, making it pedestrian only, not just electric bikes, but all bikes, all scooters, everything except for walking on the boardwalk during summertime weekends. Now, as I understand it, this was an order by council to staff. Now, staff can't just choose to ignore council, and this is not on this current agenda. So either staff chose to ignore council without council's consent, or council went to staff without being inside of a public documented meeting, which is illegal, or this is still coming in the future. My question is, which one of those three are correct? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, the correct answer is number 3. Man, it's the first time I've ever heard my voice in public comment to me. So, all right, we're going to move into public hearings, item number 17. Council members requested staff report on this, so we'll go ahead and have a brief staff report on this one, please.
Hello. Good evening. My name is David Lee from the Planning Division. This is the Schvetz Residential Subdivision at 2400 Santiago Drive. The project is a tentative parcel map for an existing single-unit residential lot to divide it into 2 single-unit residential lots. It also requires a general plan amendment to increase the density by 1 unit in the statistical area. And this is pursuant to General Plan Policy LU 4.2, which is a prohibition of new residential subdivisions unless you do a general plan amendment. To be clear, there's no actual development proposed. It's just to subdivide the lot and draw the line. This is the existing lot. It's around 36,000 square feet. There's a driveway that goes in, and there's a existing residence at the rear of the property. And this is the proposed subdivision, so parcel 1 and parcel 2. The residence will stay in the rear, and there's no development currently proposed. So that's the summary of the project.
All right, council, do we have any questions about this? Mr. Avery.
David, there's 2 adjacent parcels that are also have these flag lots. Is that correct? And are there structures on both?
Correct, there is. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And do you know, were those ever approved through any process for those lots? Do we have any records of that?
I believe those are part of the original maps, but there are records of approvals of plan checks and different plans in our history. So those were approved many years ago.
So we have that?
Yes.
And then this area's got many large lots. So could we assume if we approve this, others would be coming for the same sort of zoning amendment?
I can't say
Possibly.
for certain, but I'm sure it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So would this fall into the category of spot zoning?
It's the general plan amendment is just for the addition of 1 unit. So we're going through the process and making the findings for a general plan for this tentative parcel map for this 1 lot. I do not believe that's spot zoning, but it is to add 1 unit to the property.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yeah, Ms. Dixon.
Just to clarify, has the Planning Commission has reviewed this matter?
Correct, they already reviewed it.
And it's because it changes the general plan? Is that why we're looking at it, or did someone appeal it?
The general plan stays the same as single unit residence, but it does add 1 unit because of the subdivision, so that's why a general plan amendment is required. But the actual general plan designation stays the same as single unit residential.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Ms. Brenner.
Do we get credit for this on RENA?
Yes, we do.
So you got us one. There you go. All right, we'll go out to public comment at this time. We'll start in the community room.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosher. I just wanted to point out, as I attempted to in writing, both to the Planning Commission and now to you, I've been watching the Planning Commission and you for about 10 years, and this resolution in the agenda packet, which you're about to approve, or at least vote on, amending the general plan, is the first one I have ever seen, at least that I can recall, that does not have an attachment showing actually what about the general plan is being amended. I believe there's a map being changed. Usually there would be an attachment showing what the map will look like before and after. This resolution has none, so it says you're amending the general plan, but doesn't say what in the general plan specifically you are amending. I find that unusual. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item in the community room? Okay, any calls? 2 calls on this item, all right. Hi, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Steve Farwell, and I'm calling about the division of the property at 2400 Santiago Street.
Yep, you've got the right item. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure how this works, but I've been a resident here on location. My father built the house that I'm in, and we've been here since 1964. Just for that. Anyway, I just don't think that our street needs a subdivision like that. Obviously, if it looks like he's trying to sell the place or the extra parcel, and we are against it as a neighbor. We live 4 doors up the street from him, and are against it. And I don't see any subdivisions or anything happening in Dover Shores or Bay Shores or Newport Heights or anywhere else. And why should we start in our neighborhood? And so that's kind of my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And it creates extra traffic that nobody's aware of. And it's also going to take from our water and our electricity and all those fun things. We just don't need it.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Hi, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlie Cotton. I live at 2424 Santiago. I've lived there with my wife for 42 years. I've been a resident of Newport Beach for almost 70 years. I have a couple questions. The first question is, I was notified of the Planning Commission meeting, but I was out of the area. I was out of state at the time. But no one from the project, the owner, or any agent contacted me, and I live 4 doors away, 3 doors away. Secondly, after reading the Planning Commission's report, I need clarification on the precedent that they cited in the Planning Commission report, since they said that there had been divided lots on Santiago at 2422, 2420, 2408, and 2416. All the homes there were built in 1957 and 1956 and 1964. I'll point out that 1956 is 64 years ago. So I'd like to know what the precedent is, who cited that and why. Secondly, I'm very concerned about the property because the property has dozens and dozens of trees on it. Now, I respect the owner's right to develop his own property, but at some point in time, I think we have to consider our environment. Now, I know the environmental impact from the Planning Commission was passed, but with all those trees and with what trees do to our carbon footprint and to global warming, I think the owner who purchases property as that has a responsibility to the community and to the environment. So we're asking my wife and I that you continue this so that we can meet with the owner or his agent or her agent and discuss what they're going to do with the trees and why this was stated that there was a precedent when it was at least 64 years ago. I would really like to know how that area was originally zoned 64 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have another caller. No? Oh, I thought the applicant wanted to, sorry, that's what I meant.
Hi, good evening, Mayor O'Neill. This is Shauna Schaffner.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Shauna.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good evening, members of the council. This is Shauna Schaffner. I represent the project applicants in this subdivision. Briefly, I just want to say that in the city's need of housing more than 4,800 units, we are happy to contribute 1 unit here. This project will result in the subdivision of an existing very large lot. It will comply with all of the city standards related to lot size, area, and it will still be 2 very significantly oversized lots, 21,000 square feet and 15,000 square feet. So we think that this is a very appropriate project that matches the flag lots that are immediately surrounding the site. And I'm available for any questions if the council has any. Thank you very much.
All right. Any more callers? No. Okay. So we'll bring it back to the dais. Wanted to just follow up on the discussion. One thing to the last caller's point, there's no development that is being proposed. I'm confident that if you'd like to speak to the owner about the trees, he will have plenty of time to do so. He also was asking about some of the precedent. Did you understand what he was referencing? We'll go to Jim on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand the question, there are several lots on that block that are subdivided in an almost identical fashion. That subdivision occurred prior to the city's annexation, and I believe we annexed the property in the 50s. I haven't completed the research on this, but it's a very, very old subdivision pattern. And I think what we're referring to is that subdivision pattern on the adjacent lots to the west along this block is really the precedent that was set. The city didn't make that decision to subdivide those lots. But that subdivision pattern is there, and I think we're just indicating that as a way of saying it might be compatible with the area, and that's simply it.
Got it. Okay. All right, Ms. Dixon.
Yes, I could ask Jim a question if I may. So with new state laws about how development in a single-family zoned area by right can come in and develop high-density multi-story project. Could that occur on this property?
The future development of the lot that would be created would be subject to the R1 zoning standards, so the existing standards of our zoning code. Yes, it's a large lot, a large house could result, and it would have to meet all of our existing standards, but it wouldn't be a multi-family lot. You could see an accessory dwelling unit as well, and so we'll just have to see what that development would occur, and we would apply the zoning code standards to that, and it would not require any discretionary review. They would simply design the house, submit for plan check, and we would review it for consistency with standards, and then approve it if it does meet those standards.
And so if there's no development plan, but it's, I guess we could speculate that it is probably anticipated, or else they would just leave it as is. What would be then the community development would be reviewing that project like any other project?
We would be reviewing it with the fire department, public works, and our friends in the building division, and to make sure it meets all applicable standards. And if it does, then we would issue all the necessary permits for the future development of a single-family home.
And one final question: if these so-called flag lots were developed like 64 years ago, is that a land use carving up that we would support today as a community? Is that included anywhere else in our general plan that we would allow a so-called flag lot?
Well, it's definitely not a subdivision pattern that we see very much of. This is just a reflection of what's out there today. The decision to subdivide it that way back in the day doesn't mean that you're bound. There's no precedent, so you don't have to approve this if we feel it's inappropriate for the community. But this kind of subdivision pattern is not routinely seen. You would only see it on a very large lot like this, and it's not prohibited. So, it meets the standards for this kind of a subdivision. It meets our subdivision code, and ultimately the house and future development would have to meet our zoning standards. And so, we do see this similar subdivision pattern, and it doesn't appear to be out of character with the area, but ultimately that's for the city council to decide tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, seeing no further discussion, would someone like to make a motion? Moved by Mr. Muldoon.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Herdman. Let's go ahead and vote.
With Mayor Pro Tem Avery voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay, we're going to move into item number 18. And I'm going to make a suggestion on kind of how to discuss this, because we've had this topic a few times. So I'm just going to, here's my recommendation. We have before us, we have a discussion about the whole city in terms of short-term lodging. My suspicion, given the number of discussions we've had and also the number of public comments, is that there are going to be some conversation that is specific to Newport Island. I don't know that, but I'm guessing that. So here's what I actually think we ought to do, and I'm going to piggyback just a little bit off of what Councilmember Dixon had suggested there. I do think obviously we should be discussing exactly what the item is in front of us, and I also think that we should be discussing specific to Newport Island. We can't pass anything tonight that is specific to Newport Island in terms of any kind of ordinance, but I do think what we ought to do is we ought to have a conversation about bringing items back that are specific to Newport Island, because if for some reason, because we've seen a lot of discussion in some of the public comments about asking for just a little bit more time, which I'm sure will come up in our discussion, but asking for a little bit more time on working through some of the issues. And if that's where we're moving forward to, I don't want to push off the items that would be specific to Newport Island, because I suspect that there's going to be some discussion about that particularly. And we've also seen public comments in writing that are suggesting that the item that we have before us is also insufficient for that particular part of our community. So I highlight that because it is although it complies with Brown Act, it's slightly different than I think we would otherwise be doing. And just before I keep going, I just want to make sure everything I just said, Mr. Harp, would work. Again, we're not passing anything specific to Newport Island, but I do want to make sure that when we're talking about this, that I could take a straw poll or something like that to direct staff to bring something back.
Yes, that'd be appropriate.
Okay. All right. So again,
Go ahead.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. So you're saying that we are going to talk about Newport Island tonight so that that we give staff direction as to what to bring back to us.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yep. So I'm suggesting we take the. Yeah. There you go. That's perfect. But the reason I say that up front is because I'm again, to all of the folks who are in the community room and all the folks on the phone that are going to call in tonight, I promise you we hear you. I promise. And so so that's why I wanted to make sure I was highlighting that specifically. Of course, we're going to be talking about the citywide discussions. That's what's on the agenda. But I also wanted to make sure that folks knew that we heard that, and to the extent that we can perhaps avoid significant duplication in public comment, that would be helpful as well. All right, we'll start with Ms. Dixon.
So just to clarify, and I appreciate what you're doing, I support this procedural move, but on this, the item that I proposed as A1, that we're moving back, is so the specifically to create an ordinance that would require owner-occupied short-term rentals for Newport Island only. That is to be discussed tonight, and maybe by a show of hands if we want to move this
Absolutely.
forward.
And if there are other ideas, then
Okay. All right. Good.
It'll be after public comment. Just want to be clear about that. I'll do a straw poll on Newport Island specifically after public comment. But yes, we will talk about that tonight.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. It's probably worth having just a little bit of a staff discussion. Probably not so much. I do have a few questions, but before I ask, is there anything that anyone would? All right, I'm just going to open up then with a few questions, and it's probably worth just saying up front on this item, and I'm going to say this for the benefit of our ad hoc committee as well, so that folks can kind of correct me if I'm missing anything. One of my understandings of the purpose of really starting this process, which feels like over a year ago at this point, was to make sure that we were looking out for our residents and also to ensure the good operators are being rewarded. And one of the concerns that I have tonight, as opposed to previous times where short-term lodging modifications have been brought forward, is our good operators seem very upset. And I'm a little concerned about that, because if the goal is to find that balance between our residents and our businesses and our visitors and the people we're trying to look out for, in particular, the good operators in all of this are upset, I'd like to really find a solution. I'd like to find a path forward where they buy in as much as we would expect of our good operators, and we're just not there, it seems. I mean, what I'm hearing consistently from a lot of the folks who are operating, the vast majority of this is they don't like what we're proposing tonight, and so I'm concerned about that, because that really comes back to one of the big reasons we had started this process, was to make sure that we were taking care of the bad operators, particularly through, if we needed to do new municipal code, which we've done a few times here, we would ultimately see we would get to the point where we would do enforcement, and if that enforcement's insufficient, then find more changes. My concern is, at this point, we've passed some pretty significant changes. We haven't quite had enough time to see if that enforcement is going to work, and then we've gotten on the wrong side of our good operators at this point. So that's been my concern. But if I'm wrong on that, I'd like to hear. Okay, then that's why I'm throwing this out there, and I'd like to hear. So we'll start with Mr. Herdman.
Okay, just a few comments in relation to that. We've been at this now for 20 months as an ad hoc committee. We have held no less than 10 community meetings. We've had 20 plus ad hoc committee meetings. We have pulled in the community in those ad hoc meetings. We've pulled in property owners. We've pulled in short-term rental owners. I would say a great deal of our work has been with rental agents within the city. We have given them a great deal of time and opportunity for input. We've listened carefully to them. We've included many of their suggestions in what I call the administrative regulations of this ordinance, or how we're going to implement it. We now have an ordinance that regulates the short-term lodging industry in our city. Before we approved the ordinance, we had no rules, okay? We now have rules. We have a call-in system where we can collect data on problem units. We can start keeping a close eye on problem units. You know, the reason I'm saying all this is because we now have the tools and the means for eliminating problem units in our city. And that's all this is aimed at. Good operators have absolutely nothing to worry about. Nothing. Nothing. There may be a few more requirements in terms of when they initially apply for their permit each year, having to provide a phone number, somebody who lives within 25 miles of the place so they can respond if there is a problem. But good operators have absolutely nothing. They're not even going to notice a change as a result of this ordinance. Our whole purpose in doing this work was because we had a number of complaints from the community, and I've said this before, we would have been irresponsible if we had not addressed these concerns on the part of the community. People who have short-term lodging units in their neighborhoods that are causing their lives to be disrupted. We have a responsibility to protect the well-being of those people in our city. So I guess that's all I have to say right now. Okay. I just feel real strongly about our work. We're not aiming any of our work at good, reliable rental agencies and or property owners. We're just in the process of trying to get an industry within our city regulated and under control. And there is a need to do so. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
My button's not working, so that's why I'm having to kind of wave at you. I was just surprised to hear you say that, because I think we've gotten so many emails from people who say, I already have a 3-night minimum. It's not going to affect me negatively. In fact, several of the short-term operators that we've gotten emails from have said, I liked the idea of a 6-night minimum. I'm surprised that you went down from the 6-night minimum. So we've heard from a lot of those people. We've heard people who say, you know, that, and especially people who say we are good operators and we're glad you're going to enforce against the people who are not doing a good job because it makes them look bad. And the other thing is that I think one of the interesting things is even the cap would not negatively impact the people who now have short-term rentals, because actually from a competition standpoint, if we left it unregulated and went up to 10,000 units, they would have a lot more competition for the units that they now have. So I think it's actually going to benefit our good operators when they continue to be good operators and they continue to have good reviews on the internet, and people like to come back to, and I've looked at a lot of our units, and the comments that people have where they have really wonderful things to say about coming to Newport Beach and about the owner. I've got one across the street from me, and what a good host she is, and how she explained. And she's been so responsible when she first started doing this, we had problems late at night with people on the patio having loud parties. She's been so responsible about making sure her tenants know that 10 p.m. is a cutoff, and they really do go inside, and they don't keep us up awake all night anymore. And so I think that our good operators actually are appreciative of us doing this.
And then I'll go to Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on Mr. Herdman and Ms. Brenner, clearly the engagement with the rental property management companies and the residents has been intensive, and it's been long. We've been meeting as an ad hoc group for 20 months, but this subject has been on city council agendas for about 4 or 5 years, as it has tracked the enormous explosion, if you will, of short-term rentals in coastal communities throughout the state. So just a couple of top-line comments, and then I'm sure there'll be more later. As Mr. Herdman said, the reason there is not data, and I certainly agree, data is important. We never had any rules specifically, no municipal code requirements relating to short-term rentals other than noise. That applies to the whole community. So there's never been any code requirement that would specifically address issues that residents complain about with short-term rentals. And so now that we have a new code, but I hate to be the messenger of bad news, but we're still not done yet, even after tonight, because what we are finding under the subject of code enforcement, that even what we have done, the good work that staff and we all have put together in the current new ordinance that has brought forward the answering machine, answering company, but we're still finding, now we hear a lot, all of us have heard the same letters from residents on Newport Island, that the 4-night minimum that still applies in Newport Island it's really almost nearly impossible to enforce. And in a moment, I'll have Mr. Jurgis come up and explain why. And code enforcement staff members have been out in full force to respond to resident complaints about noise loud noise at midnight. Number one, parking violations, illegally parked cars over sidewalks and in red zones, and blocking fire hydrants, etc. And the overall concept of how do you enforce how many people are in your home when you come to the door and knock, code enforcement is knocking, and they say, how long have you been here, or whatever the questions are, and anyone can say, well, we've been here 3 nights, or we've been here 4 nights. So we still are struggling with how to get around the deliberate violations by not the good operators, but the operators that are taking advantage of some of these little loopholes, I guess you could call it, in our code. They were not intended to be loopholes, but bad operators and their clients are currently getting around them. Now, we know that we have the answering service, and that is starting to pick up incidents, but even in our code, the answering service is not a legal enforcement mechanism. So residents are looking and are desperately looking for the city to enforce the code and send the police and arrest these people. And we can't. And in a moment, I'll have Mr. Jurgis come up. And there's nothing that was done wrong. It's just that the limit, this is a matter now, we're getting into legal territory, due process, constitutional rights, and how people have a right to be in a home that they say that they've been there 4 days or 4 nights when maybe they haven't. So unless we subpoena the rental agreements from the rental companies, we won't know the answer. So we're running into some practical legal matters because there's only a limit to how much we can enforce under our new enforcement, our new code. I also want to say, just to echo Mr. Herdman, that the operators have really, when we initially passed a 21-year age requirement. The operators say, well, we use 25 years. So we listened to them, and so we've adopted 25 years. Many of the good operators have what we call now have codified a good neighbor policy. We've copied verbatim their tenant agreements is now in our municipal code. So we have marched in lockstep with our good operators to incorporate in our municipal code their operating principles and their operating procedures. So I think we're aligned. I don't know, as Ms. Brenner said, where the disagreement is. I don't know. Perhaps the cap. Let me just talk about the cap for a moment. As we've gone through this process on determining what the number should be, we all know that we've gone through this enormous escalation of short-term rental permits, and a number of the residents on Newport Island, but this comment applies across the city, because of the impacts on our neighborhoods, we've really never gone through an environmental impact process to assess the impacts, the negative impacts in our neighborhoods. And these short-term rental homes, they're single-family homes, are becoming mini hotels. So from a planning process, and I'll ask Mr. Churches to respond to this, I don't know if any city has ever done an environmental impact analysis on the impact of short-term rentals in their community. But let me just give some numbers, just so everybody knows what we're talking about. The areas of our city that are impacted is not the entire city. So there are only 3 council members whose districts are affected by short-term rentals because we're the coastal community. So it's District 1, which is my district, Mr. Herdman, District 3, 5, and Ms. Herdman, 6. The rest of the city does not have this problem. So I guess I would ask some deference from our fellow council members to understand what the residents, and you're hearing from our residents collectively, are experiencing, and they feel that their city has let them down in not scrutinizing the potential impact that 1,500 from maybe 800 5 years ago, 15 short-term rental permits have now mushroomed in our community without any analysis on the infrastructure demand, the police, the public service, the trash, and code enforcement, for sure. We've never done any kind of impact analysis, and it is going on right now. And as we're witnessing other cities, Huntington Beach never had any rules. Now they're coming up with some rules. Laguna Beach, the Coastal Commission unanimously approved Laguna Beach's, I think, what do they have, 200 and some short-term rental permits that must be in commercial or mixed-use areas only and not in the residential zone. So why do you think the Coastal Commission is looking at that in a coastal zone community? Because the impacts on our residents is becoming extraordinary and burdensome, and it is affecting property values. Now, a comment has come forth, well, we need data, we need data. We are going to be getting data, and this process that we're talking about on our agenda this evening, and the reason why it was broken up into this process is these are the items that go to before the Coastal Commission. So it's going to take a good many months before the Coastal Commission adjudicates on this, but they've already established a record in a number of cities to cap them and to limit the number. Newport Beach, just to put this just in everybody's mind, we have right now, I think the staff has gone through and been culling through the permits to make sure they're all legitimate. Do you know offhand some of what we are, about 1,500 now? We're down or below 1,500? 1,490. All right, so we're proposing in the staff report tonight up to 1,550. So there is margin there for the permits to grow or whatever number is determined. But we have to be cognizant of our businesses. Absolutely, we are. Certainly, I'm pro-business, we're pro-community, but we're listening to our residents to really understand how we can bring peace in our time. On the peninsula, of the 15, well, now there are 1,490 permits in District 1, 1,000 short-term rental permits are on the peninsula. So from a general plan process, I would recommend tonight informally, and I'll probably do this in a more formal way, when we go through the next general plan, as we know is coming, or the housing element is up, we should be considering the how we want our city to be utilized by short-term rentals, because they are becoming a dominant element in our community. Now, Mr. Churgis, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, then I'll ask you some more questions and we can go back to my earlier questions. I asked you this week, and this is just an educated guess, when the Coastal Commission looks at the intensity of use of short-term rentals, typically what are they looking for from a percentage of the residency stock or rentals, or the residential stock in a community?
Yeah, Simone Georges, Community Development Director. They value short-term rental lodging units. They believe it is a low cost of visitor accommodations. Ideally, it's cheaper than staying at a hotel. But as we all know, there's a wide range of costs between short-term rental, between different units, different seasons. Same thing with hotels. We do have motels in our community too. They would like to preserve short-term lodging units in any coastal zone, but for the Councilmember Dixon, your District 1 has 1,000 units, 1,000 short-term lodging units, and probably 7,000 residential living units. So that's a little less than 20%. I think they'll look at that as a very high percentage. So I think they would like to have a little bit of percentage in that peninsula area, in that coastal area, but I don't know if they're really wanting to preserve all full 20%. So it is a lower percentage than what there is now. And
there's been a lot of writing material about, because we all know we have a housing crisis in California, and there's some documentation that short-term rentals are eroding the available housing, because these apartment units or homes could be used for housing, and instead they're being used for short-term rentals. So the Coastal Commission hasn't ruled on that, but this is something that they're juggling with. Well, anyway, I'll stop talking. If you wouldn't mind, if you took notes on my questions, if you could address some of those questions, please.
Certainly. You talked a lot about the code enforcement process and how we handle, we've gotten a lot of complaints with regards to Newport Island. We get a lot of complaints throughout the city. We investigate all the complaints that we do receive. Now, just as a reminder, we have a new ordinance in place. It went into effect mid-August. So we've been with this new ordinance less than 2 months. We've launched a new hotline on October 1st, and so that is gaining speed. So we're doing a lot, but it takes time to build up that data and build up that story. The new ordinance only been in effect for less than 2 months. We do get complaints. We follow up with complaints. But with regards to any complaint, the code enforcement officers need evidence. They need to visually see a violation, or they need documentation that there is a violation. The city has through an emergency ordinance, it's a 3-night minimum stay. Newport Island is a 4-night minimum stay. So when we get those complaints, a code officer goes and knocks on the door and talks to the tenant. Now, if the tenant doesn't tell us that they're staying less than 4 nights or 3 nights, for the code enforcement officer, they're done. They're not going to dig any further. They talk to the code and speak to a tenant. If we get repeated complaints with a unit, a code enforcement officer has gone and inspected it multiple times. At some point, we're not going to harass a tenant that's staying at a unit. We just can't do that. They have rights too, and the property owner has rights too. But we do follow up with these code enforcement complaints. And the whole idea of the hotline that we do have is that we want the property owner to get engaged with their issues. If there is a noise issue, let the hotline take that complaint and reach out to that property owner. We've already got 46 complaints. Half of those are short-term lodging related. Majority of the complaints we're getting through the hotline are noise complaints. And so the idea is that we reach to the property owner, they follow up directly. Circling back with code enforcement, again, the property owners have due process rights. So if we issue any violation, any citation, that property owner can actually appeal that citation, and it goes through an administrative hearing officer where they really set a high standard for us, a high bar. If we don't have all our evidence, we don't dot our I's or cross our T's, we lose.
So we have gotten in the habit that we need strong evidence before there is a violation. And sometimes it takes time, and we'd like to get voluntary compliance. We'd like to talk to property owners and make sure that there are compliance. As Councilmember Dixon said, we have a new ordinance. Councilmember Herdman and Councilmember Brenna talked about, we've never had this ordinance before in the past. So now we have something that we can actually fall back on and follow up with.
One other item, I see Chief Lewis out there, on enforcement, would residents also call the non-emergency line on the parking issues and cars. And Newport Island makes this specifically, and maybe we'll deal with this with the owner-occupied item, but that there's one egress, one ingress, one egress, and from an emergency standpoint, that presents a risk. Chief Lewis, if you feel, would you like to comment on just the enforcement? Because I know your folks have been called many times about coming to enforce on parking and also on noise, excess noise.
John Lewis, Chief of Police, and that's correct. We do enforce after-hours parking violations, and we respond to disturbances after hours on Newport Island just like we do anywhere else in the city.
Okay, does that get incorporated in when there's a citation or goes to a hearing officer or revocation, and that whole process is this all combined together?
There's communication with code enforcement specifically on these on locations when we do have an issue with those, and those, if we do cite or give an advisement, there's communication with code enforcement on those locations that we have issues with.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Churches, one more question on code enforcement. Do we have enough resources to deal with code enforcement requests?
I think right now we have the resources that we have. Again, I always go back to this ordinance is brand new. We need time to see how it plays out. We need time for the hotline to collect that data. Our idea is to let everything run, and then we could have a better assessment. Do we have enough resources, or we need to come back to City Council and have that dialogue? So that's what we need right now.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my question at this point in time. Oh, Ms. Brenner.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. I'm going to follow up. So when we're talking about the cap specifically, how did we get to that specific number? What was the discussion? What was the analysis that's going to be able to justify it at coastal?
The committee really worked through that cap and trying to analyze it. We went and looked at, should we look at it from a percentage of hotels? Our hotel units is about 4,000 units. Do we need to look at it from that perspective? Do we need to look at it from a perspective of just having a lower cap than the number of permits issued? At the time when the committee made that decision, they said, how many permits have been issued? And remember, we actually under a short-term lodging permit ban. We don't issue any more permits. So what do we have issued currently, what are active, and what's in a holding pattern? What do we have sitting on the desk of revenue waiting to be issued? And we combined those, and we had at the time about 1530. And we said, okay, 1530 is definitely the minimum, and we just need to add a little bit more, and hence that's how we came with the 1550. Since that time, revenue has been processing, reviewing old permits. Some of the permits have lapsed, some of the permits have died, and now that number has dropped as far as our active permits down below 1490. And that's how we kind of came up to the 1550.
It's kind of okay.
Not perfect science, but that's kind of the thinking process.
You also mentioned the emergency ordinance that we had passed a while back, stopping the issuance of new permits. I recall that was during the height of our concern about COVID. We seem to have not reached the point of. Are the justifications still valid for that emergency order? I mean, why are we still not issuing new permits based on COVID concerns that? We're now in a much lower tier,
right.
Far lower hospitalizations than we were back then. I'm trying to understand what's the justification at this point for continuing that refusal to.
I think the committee was if the item tonight moved forward with actual cap of 1550, the committee wanted to come back at the next council meeting and amend the emergency ordinance to allow at least, instead of the ban, but to allow at least 1550. As I mentioned, there's about 30 30 to 35 short-term lodging permits still kind of waiting to be processed. There was hope to, if this item passed, come back in the next meeting and have an amended emergency ordinance with a 1550 cap.
Okay. I don't think that there is any justification, frankly, for that emergency ordinance to still be in place. And I suspect that if challenged, we would lose that pretty badly. The other is, so when we're talking about data, so one of the things that I was trying to understand, and I didn't see through this, we've asked before a number of actual violations, code violations that have been issued out against short-term lodge. In the last 2 years, how many code violations have been actually issued against short-term lodging properties?
So non-COVID related, again, we had a ban. So take those out. We had about 80 issued under the ban. There's about 30 citations have been issued. We get a lot more actual complaints that we follow through. And if we don't notice a violation, we don't issue any citation or notices. As I've mentioned before, in the past, we didn't have a lot of regulation, so there's not a lot of violations. Now we have actually substantive ordinance in place.
Okay,
and we wanted to see that play out.
And one of the ways that our police handle this, even without that, we still have disturbance advisory cards that are issued out when a police officer goes out. How many disturbance advisory cards have been issued against a short-term lodging property where it's actually the short-term lodging occupants that received the disturbance advisory card?
Right. So I don't have the specific number, but I know the number wasn't very high. It was less than the number of code enforcement citations we've issued.
Okay. And then to Jim's point, Jim Mosier's point in public comments, one of the things he pointed out was the timing mechanisms and requirements when it comes to an LCP and the amount of time required for notice. I have to say, I was actually persuaded by that one, so I was hoping you could talk to that issue, because I understand in past when we've had the 6 weeks, right, the 6-week requirement for showing this, we typically have had, yes, I recognize we've done it in the past without the full 6 weeks, but this has changed a handful of times, and so I haven't seen it. So could you address Mr. Mosier's point about the 6-week requirement for LCP?
Certainly. So the government code requires a 6 weeks review of the public before the council or a discretionary body takes a look at it. We've done these LCPs before, and we do publish 6 weeks in advance. Mr. Mosier has brought up this issue in the past. We have spoken to the Coastal Commission to say, we take an item to the Planning Commission, they change it, and then we go to the City Council. Do we have to wait another 6 weeks? Coastal Commission staff have told us, no, they know there's iterations, there are changes along the process. We've spoke to other coastal cities, and they do the exact same thing we do. Every time you make a change, you're not required to do another 6 weeks public notice, another 6-week wait. We will never get to that finish line. This particular subject, we did publish the item 6 weeks in advance. We went to the Planning Commission. It is short-term lodging. Short-term lodging hasn't changed. The specific information may have changed, but the subject matter is still the same. It is short-term lodging.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not okay. I'm gonna suggest for just a second. I don't agree with that analysis, and it's not a knock on you, Simona. We can't possibly put out an LCP that says we're going to change zoning, and then we start in Peninsula Point, but all of a sudden we're down on the other side of the peninsula, totally changing a completely different zoning. But don't worry, we said it's zoning, right? We can't do that. That would be ridiculous. So having just a categorical comment about, yes, we're going to be talking about this as an LCP, but if we change it completely in that 6-week process or make some pretty substantial, I mean, look, a cap is a pretty substantial difference. There are some pretty substantial changes being made here, which if the majority will is there, great. But I'm trying to understand from a procedural standpoint. There are times up here where I will vote against something, but I would still like to see the majority will go through and succeed, because that's how this process works. What I don't want to do is I don't want to have a discussion and a disagreement up here where we don't have a majority, where we have a majority vote, but it gets overturned because of a procedural problem. And that's what I'm concerned about right now, is I'm looking at this saying, I've got a procedural problem and I'm trying to work through this. And I don't think that I don't think coastal, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong that coastal would say, you know, it's the same subject matter. You made substantial changes to it, but it's the I'm concerned about that.
Okay.
But maybe it's not my concern to have if I weren't someone who would support some of this. Anyway, Ms. Brenner, I know you were raising your hand, so I want to. We're making the circle here.
Okay. I've got some concerns, and first of all, I'm really concerned about now that we've lowered our number, we're going to be increasing the number of short-term rental units in the coastal zone basically by 60 units. And the number of complaints that we get all the time from people who have these units next to them, I can't imagine if we add 60 units in a short amount of time, what people are going to want to do to us, because so that arbitrary number that we came up with of 1550 was done before we went down to 1492 or whatever we're at now. So I'm really concerned about that. I also think it's really important that we recognize that when this committee started working on this, we have a pro-business approach. We never came into this like many cities saying we're going to get rid of short-term rentals. I mean, we have worked so hard at trying to be fair about this so that we didn't take the Laguna Beach approach and say no short-term rentals except in the commercial district, which the Coastal Commission approved, by the way. So I think that some credit is due to us for trying to be fair about this and trying to, you know, not penalize people who are doing a good job of doing this now. So, and when it comes to issues about the number of citations that have been issued, we get a lot of complaints about lack of enforcement in our city. And I made the point at our last meeting about all the things that we ask our police department to do. I mean, we are asking them to enforce extraordinary things. And of course, the crimes and the important things are what have to be addressed first. But I had an experience on Saturday night where neighbors down the block and on the other side of the street were having a party at almost midnight, and the music was so loud I could sing along. And I finally called the police, and I did not identify myself as a council member. And I know they were busy because I called the non-emergency number, and I was put on hold for a long period of time. So that tells me they were busy dealing with really important things. And when she finally came back, I gave her the address and told her what the problem was, that they just needed to go inside and close their doors and windows. And that was at 10 minutes to midnight. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, I changed bedrooms. So I don't blame the police for that. I blame the fact that there's a lot going on in our city, and they're doing the best job they can do. And these issues are not at the top of their list, and they shouldn't be. But I don't want us to base decisions on the fact that there are not documented complaints and lugos and DACs issued, because that's not their top priority. And so we have to move forward and address the complaints that our citizens are begging us to deal with. And so I think that's the reason that we've got to get something on the books. And at some point, I do want to talk about the transferability issue, which came up last time, sort of at the last minute. I did not vote to add that, but it was voted to be added. And at some point, I would like to talk about that before we move forward with that. But for right now, that's all I have.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Herdman, and then actually we'll come back to transferability. Go ahead, Mr. Herdman.
Okay. I'm going to repeat myself here, but up until now, really the only violation that could be made when it comes to short-term lodging is noise. Now we have an ordinance. Now we have a number of pieces within that ordinance that can result in a violation and a citation. And I want to remind everyone And now it only takes 2 citations or violations within a period of a year to have that permit revoked. All right? It's going to take a little time to get this implemented. All right? It's going to take a little time to collect data on those problem units and watch them and issue those citations. Okay, I just want to say that. But also, Simone, my understanding from our last committee meeting last week was that if this cap does pass this evening, that will basically do away with the ban on not issuing permits, and that we will start issuing short-term lodging permits, those 30 or so that have stacked up on Revenue's desk. I left that meeting understanding that.
So there's 2 items. So it's the ordinance update, which has to go to Coastal Commission, and we cannot implement until Coastal Commission approves. But we're currently under an emergency ordinance that has a ban. So if we can amend that emergency ordinance, we would go ahead and issue those permits.
Okay. And then one last thing. Excuse me. 60 more units potentially means tighter, more aggressive enforcement, but there's an assumption there that all 60 of those units are going to be problematic, and they're not going to be. The majority of people that operate STL units in this city are responsible. So just because we add 60 units doesn't mean that we're adding 60 problems to the industry in our city. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Dixon, and then we'll come back around on the transferability questions.
Just a quick question. Simone, would you mind coming back up the microphone just to put some facts on the record? How many hotel rooms do we have in the coastal zone in the city?
We have about 4,000 in the city, so a majority of that is in the coastal zone.
And how many, and then we have the 1490. So again, your educated guess, how does Newport Beach compare with other coastal cities in terms of our hospitality?
Our hospitality is very, very strong with the number of units, and we have, so far what we've seen, our comparable size of city, we have the highest number of short-term lodging units in any coastal city of equal size, higher than even Santa Monica. And we know Huntington Beach now has quite a bit that are not permitted. There are illegal, and Huntington Beach now is looking to get a program in place also. Just to be clear on that 1490, our revenue division folks are actually going through and scrubbing all the data. So that number is probably going to drop over time because there's a lot of stale permits that are coming off the books. So that number will actually get lower and lower.
And Huntington Beach, of course, they're just in the process, but they're looking only at owner-occupied.
That's correct, absolutely.
Is there any other city that requires only or permits only owner-occupied? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Brenner.
Well, on the transferability issue, I have major concerns about that because if someone has, first of all, it's not a property right. They have the right to have this permit annually that's issued. And if we start saying, if we get to the point where we've reached our maximum and we have a waiting list, and we say somebody on our waiting list who's lived in our community for a long time, who would like to try doing a short-term rental, has been on this waiting list for a while, and the property sells, it could be some new owner from out of the area that all of a sudden buys a property specifically because it has a short-term rental. So it gives it a different asset class to that property versus another property that may be next door. Quite honestly, the property next door may be adversely affected by the fact that there is a short-term rental next door, and it may be artificially lowered because people don't want to live next door to a short-term rental. So then we've given the ability for someone to come in from out of our area, buy a property, and have a short-term rental operator license automatically with that property that somebody in our city has not had the opportunity to have. So I think that's really problematic that we are giving someone, and quite honestly, you know, there may be a lot of people in our city that think, oh, that looks kind of interesting, I'd like to try that, I think I'll get on the waiting list, but they're not able to do that for quite some time. So I just think that we're arbitrarily controlling the value of this property by giving them the right to have this ad infinitum and not have any, quite honestly, if somebody sells their property, they can apply for a short-term rental permit just like everybody else, but they get on the list at that point in time. And the same thing if they, if the property is inherited, the heirs can apply for a short-term permit, and when it's their turn, they will get a chance to have a short-term permit. So I just think that this transferability gives a real artificial value to properties that currently have a permit that is not, I just don't think that's equitable.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I have a similar opinion about the majority of the will, the majority of the people being met, even if I don't agree with some of the stances. But I just like to note I've been more sitting back and watching. The ad hoc committee's taken a lot of this task up. But from my years on council, I can tell you the two most common complaints are noise and parking, period. I guess smoking or smelling cigarette smoke is probably number 3. Those things can be so easily solved. Code enforcement can doesn't have to go 9 to 5. They can work later hours. They can work. They can be accompanied without a police officer if there's a code violation, or if a police officer is needed outside of parking violations. Hefty fines can be handed out on a repeated basis, and it's going to get out to the users through Yelp reviews and through Airbnb complaints that this is the kind of community where you have to behave yourself if you enjoy someone's property and their right to use it for economic benefit. I was disappointed to hear about recent warnings that were given out when I think fines should have been given out. It's my opinion that all of these things that we're trying to do with minimum stay, regulations on transferability, 25 years minimum age, which is I think a violation of someone's right to use property, which is different from a privilege or right on the street. It's almost like we're squeezing a balloon at different areas and waiting for it to pop out somewhere else. I really, at the end of the day, just think that enforcing the rules on the books as they go to noise and parking especially, and doing so in a heavy-handed manner is the most effective way to solve these problems. And we can do it in an off-season where crime is a little bit lower. It's not as tourist driven. And we can do it at off hours when staff is working later hours or has a night shift every now and then, so as not to take away typical resources. That's my personal opinion. I understand the frustration with the parking, and quite frankly, if examples are not made and parking tickets are not given out in succession as aggressively as possible, and noise citations are not given out on a regular basis, they're not going to get the message. Even with these new rules in place, I don't think they're going to get the message. That's my personal thought, though. I still respect all the time that the ad hoc committees place into this, and looking forward to seeing how the debate continues. Thank you.
So I want to talk to that transferability because it's really good points. And the problem is that when you put a cap into a place and you as a government, you step in and you change the marketplace, you're going to have those inequities happen. And the problem at that point is, so if we have a transferability problem where we say once you transfer, you lose the property loses its permit. There are a lot of ways to transfer property without triggering that ownership change. There's also a lot of ways that there are benign ownership changes that happen. So, for example, if a person owns it as an individual, they get married and add someone to the property as an owner. Is that person now, is that a transfer of ownership? Yes, it is in California. If there is a tenancy in common and someone buys a part of that tenancy in common but not the whole property, is that a transfer? Yes, it is. If you have a divorce, is that a transfer of property? Again, yes, it's a change in ownership. If you have a situation where you have a corporate owner, for example, where you have an LLC, if you have an LLC and there are 10 members of the LLC and you sell, and one person sells, is that now a transfer of ownership of the property? I don't know. If you have a situation where you have a trust that is owned and there's a spouse that is involved in that trust and the spouse dies, or if there's a couple and one of the spouses die, does that cause an ownership transfer? Technically, it does, because there's now a different owner than there was before. Previously, it was two people. Now it's one, and it kind of goes on and on and on. There's a lot of ways to own property in California, a lot of them, and I know that because I've got a partner in my law firm who does this. She is a real estate transaction attorney, and so when you start trying to figure out, okay, what exactly is a trigger and what's not, I think we would all agree it's totally inequitable to have someone's spouse die and then all of a sudden you lose your permit. That would be ridiculous, but we would have to build that in to the discussion here as part of as making sure that ownership change doesn't trigger it. The same is true for a divorce. Does a divorce cause you to lose this? I would hope not, but that's part of the discussion as well. And that's the problem when you start getting into really complicated issues like a cap and saying the cap, you lose it now because of this. There's a lot of different ways that you can have an ownership of property that is totally different, for example, than moorings. Moorings are not the same thing. You can't own a mooring. That's just not the way that this works. Whereas you can own a house. And so because you can own a house,
But you can't own the
and you can, and now we're saying, well, the permit doesn't go with the property. The permit, you lose the permit when you have a transfer of ownership. Again, there are a lot of ways to transfer ownership. And I just listed a bunch of them, and I can come up with a bunch more, frankly. So that's the reason why you need to have the transfer go with the property instead of ownership change, because again, you start down this path and you find out that you're now causing people to lose their permit because they lost a spouse, because they went through a divorce, because one person in an LLC changes ownership. You start getting into these inequities, and you have to start factoring in a whole bunch of different scenarios that don't make any sense to me for us to frankly try to jump into. Mr. Herdman.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that this permit has to be applied for on an annual basis. Has to be renewed on an annual basis.
So when would you take it away, though? And when would you deny a permit? Is what I'm asking. Is if there's a divorce, if there's a death, when we're triggering the ownership change, and this is important because it will come up.
I understand.
When would you strip it away from someone?
If my wife and I decided to do wanted a short-term lodging permit, I'd put both of our names on it. If I should die, or she should die, it would still continue in either of our names. If we should get a divorce, it can continue in either of our names. Right?
Can I ask if the property is owned by a limited liability company?
They have to apply on an annual basis for that permit. It runs out. It runs out. So they would just apply to renew it as an entity less one of those limited liability partners. It'll be renewed.
Wouldn't literally every person at this point who has an ownership interest in a short-term lodging transfer all of their property, transfer it immediately over into an LLC, because then you can just sell the LLC and it's no longer a trigger. It's not a trigger anymore. Because if let's say I own a property on Balboa Island, and that property is owned, and I own it through an LLC. So I call it, I don't know, Balboa Island LLC. And the property is owned in that, and the permit is owned in Balboa Island LLC. If I wanted to sell the property...
The permit is not owned, Will.
It's applied for, and it's in the name of Balboa Island LLC.
There you go. Okay.
So in that situation, I sell it to Kevin. Kevin now owns Balboa Island LLC, and he applies for a renewal permit.
When the permit is...
And he's allowed to do that.
He's allowed to do that, and there's no reason why it would be denied.
Versus if I owned it myself personally, I sell it to Kevin and he tries to apply for the permit, no longer, he wouldn't get it anymore because there'd be a waiting list and there'd be an ownership transfer. And there'd be a new name on the application. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not very difficult to game this system. I can do it pretty quickly, and that's why I'm trying to avoid. So I'm trying to understand the ownership transfer issue, because if we're not going to allow it to run with the property, then we're going to feed a few extra hours to real estate attorneys.
Okay, well, there's obviously this is obviously a complex issue. And it should be taken out and dealt with separately this evening, and it should not be lumped in with the cap and the minimum night stay and the parking, which is all part of this agenda item. This is a complex issue, obviously.
My only point would be, I think if we're going to discuss the cap, you have to discuss the ownership transfer issue. But the rest of it, I don't think you do. Like, you could have a minimum stay, you could have the 25, but if you're going to discuss a cap where there are going to be people who could potentially lose their permit because of a transfer, then you have to discuss the transfer. That's my point. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ms. Brenner, you wanted to speak.
Actually, I was just going to say that kind of is the point. And Jeff brought up the complexity, and you brought up the complexity, is that we kind of added this at the last minute, and it is a complex issue that really does deserve more time than we can give it just here at a council meeting. So I think all of these issues need to be discussed and talked about with the attorney, and we need to figure that out. But rather than just adding it on to an ordinance that we've already, and you know, whenever you say lose, it's important to understand they're not losing it, they're just kind of going back on the list so that they can get the permits. So, and we've seen tonight by the number that have dropped off that it's not like this is something that it's maybe they're going to have to wait for years to get another permit.
And if we haven't reached the cap, there's no reason not to renew it.
For now, right? But we're not looking at now, we're looking at
in the future.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Dixon.
Okay, I'm not going to address the transferability because I think it's too complex to deal with tonight. I guess I'll defer to Mr. Georges. I mean, if we were to deal with the other items, excluding the transferability, how does this affect the processing of what goes forward after tonight?
I would ask the mayor if there's a straw vote to, if there's enough interest to come back and amend the emergency ordinance of some sort to allow staff to process additional permits that are kind of on hold. I think that'd be an important discussion point.
And what about the transferability issue?
We recognize right now there is a transfer. We're allowing the transfers currently, and so
nothing would change.
Correct.
I see. Okay. I was going to ask another question. What was my other? Oh, I was going to respectfully respond to my colleague, Mr. Muldoon, about it's only just noise and parking. While those are two critical pillars of the problem, we hear from residents that it's on the rapid turnover of these rental units, the service personnel come in, and it's the maid service and the repair service and all the other intensified uses that would normally happen with a hotel staff as well as a security team by the hotel. So these single-family residences are operating as mini hotels. And again, to address the cap issue, if we were to have an uncontrolled situation, we are placing an enormous burden on our public safety personnel by saying it's an enforcement problem to deal with the noise and the parking and all these known impacts that we're bringing into our community uncontrolled. And a hotel would come in with conditions of how they operate with so many guests and the turnover and security and property management. These are little hotels that we don't impose any kind of conditional use restrictions on how their clients are operating. So this is our attempt to create these plans and not without difficulty, and trying to be extraordinarily careful to support our businesses who are faithfully working with us to try to make their businesses be successful. I do want to say that this is an enormous growth in these permits that the city, and a resident has written about this, has issued these permits without any consideration of the intensification on our city streets and our city neighborhoods. And I'm not being critical of staff because we did not have the rules. So we are forcing public safety burdens, service burdens, utility burdens, infrastructure burdens, safety burdens, and we're putting these burdens on our code enforcement and our police to deal with something that should be dealt with more structurally in how we are proposing it. As far as transferability, I guess let me just restate what you said, Simone, is that if we lift the emergency ordinance, then we are what? Then the cap, there's no cap right now.
Correct. There is a ban right now under the emergency ordinance. So if the council wants to remove the ban, allow new permits to be processed, we will process those permits. We are allowing transferability. Tonight's ordinance had clarity on that transferability, so there's no misunderstanding. But right now we are allowing transferability.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I don't think I said only. If I did, please forgive me. I think I said top issues. I feel like you guys are missing something really important here. We could pass these rules on another million. If we don't heavily enforce it, it's irrelevant. So I don't know why, especially during this period, well, actually we have been enforcing some of this COVID stuff, but I don't know why we're not heavily enforcing noise complaints and parking complaints, yesterday. Having staff work later shifts to code and parking. Some of these guys and gals in parking and some of our outsourced workers, they're just working 9 to 5. That's not when the problem hours are, or it doesn't tend to be. I don't know why we're not more heavily enforcing the existing rules. I think that would alleviate a lot of these problems. I could see a situation where this passes and there's no change. So that's kind of the point that I was making, but I don't think that's the only problem. I think the top problems are noise and parking that I'm hearing about. Doesn't mean they're the most egregious ones. That means it's what I'm hearing about. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner, and then I want to make sure we move to a specific discussion about, and then Mr. Herdman. And then I want to move to a specific discussion about Newport Island before we go to public comment.
Kevin, I appreciate you saying that so much because we hear that all the time. It's people are constantly telling us that our rules and ordinances are not being enforced. And you're right, none of this makes one bit of difference if we don't enforce the ordinances. And I don't know what more we can say to that. It's like Diane and Jeff and I are constantly saying that to each other, that without enforcement, none of this makes any difference. So I appreciate you making that point for sure. And I would just like to add that I am getting text messages from realtors who are saying to me, we need to take into account the loss of value of the surrounding properties that are near short-term rentals because they are having difficulty selling the places that are next to short-term rentals. So that's a really important consideration economically to the people in our community. And the other thing that has been brought up is that even the people who are not interested in selling their property, if you own a duplex in the coastal zone or in the multifamily zone, and you bought that duplex with the intention of providing retirement income for yourself with your rental that you have in the back, people are saying, I can't rent my apartment out anymore. There are people going and coming throughout the night, and people don't want to live next door to that, and they have the luxury of choosing one apartment over another, and they're not choosing mine because of the problems with the short-term rentals. So there are people being negatively impacted in our community that we're not even hearing from. They're not the ones that are out here every time we talk about this at council complaining about this, but there are people that are really negatively impacted. And so enforcement is kind of the key to any sort of a workable plan that we come up with. And I just appreciate you saying that.
Mr. Herdman.
I got to ditto that, Kevin. You're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head. Enforcement is really at the root of every municipal code and regulation problem we have in this city. How many hours did we spend on the boardwalk last time we were here? It's an enforcement issue. Short-term lodging, it's an enforcement issue. And we've got to do something about it. We just have to do something about it, and your suggestions were excellent. Vary their hours and their days of work and that type of thing. I almost feel like we're having to sell this after 2 years of work on this. Well, not quite, 20 months. And the problem is in our districts, our 3 districts. And we are trying to advocate for the people who live in our districts that are being negatively impacted by short-term lodging. And I feel like we're having to try and sell it to you, to sell the notion of it and to control this industry within our city. And we're being, I've got we all have 20 emails in the last 36 hours right here from people, and we walked out with the same amount of packet of emails from our last meeting. They're desperate out there. They want some help from us. And we have a responsibility to do something about it. So, Kevin, enforcement is absolutely a key ingredient here. But we got to get this done tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I've consistently been an advocate of enforcement for these issues. And of course, as Councilmember Herdman said, that it's a problem everywhere. When I say everywhere, I mean it's on the problem on the harbor, particularly this summer. Has been lots of the same sorts of issues: parties, noise, speeding. It's a problem on the boardwalk, and obviously it's a problem on STL. In the STL world, when you think about it, how many officers we have available on any given day, and we've got 1,400, 1,500 STLs, all the stuff on the harbor, all the boardwalk. We can't have. I don't see how the police can do this. It just isn't. They just don't have the cycles to do it, and they shouldn't do it because this sort of level stuff doesn't require a uniformed response. It may eventually, but the initial, code enforcement needs to do it. But our code enforcement, is just nowhere near the numbers it would need to be going out on a night or a Saturday afternoon on the harbor or down the boardwalk. So it really becomes almost a budget issue in terms of, is it so serious that we need to really think about hiring an outside firm or hiring internally, but developing some sort of code enforcement force or adding to it. And, I kind of think that you could do it on the level of a park ranger, someone who they've got obviously enforcement powers to write citations, and they've got to be trained. I mean, that's a key part of it. But we need a real solid group of people to do this in a way that, we're not going backwards and creating more problems for ourselves. It has to be handled professionally. And I think that's why I think you see officers that are somewhat hesitant, because in today's world, you've got to be really careful about how you approach people and how you go through the process, and you just don't make it worse for yourself. So we all agree. I don't think anybody disagrees. In fact, I've talked to everybody, and that includes real estate agents that operate STLs, and they're like, please bring enforcement. We want to go after the bad guys, the ones that aren't managing the properties, or the tenants that are acting out. So everyone's in agreement on it. But I don't think we can do it with what we have right now. I don't see how we do it. It sounds great, but we're not equipped to do it. And I don't have an answer to that, but I think that's something that probably should be talked about with public safety and, sort of come up with a thing that makes sense. But it's going to take, resources, and I'm talking mainly dollars, to do this on a consistent basis. And we've proven we can do it, in my view, when we took care of the craziness in Newport Shores and up there across in West Newport, with all the partying going on, and that brought out the Lugo enforcement technique, and that worked really well. So we can do it, but this is a much larger issue. That was a specific area, and I do think we need to look at it in terms of not just STLs, although that's the most hottest issue at the moment, but also on our harbor and on the boardwalk and wherever else we have these issues in the city, because our residents are it's sort of the highest order of protection in a way, because crime, in my view, crime is well managed in this town, but these sorts of things really impact people's lives and enjoyment, and everyone has a right to peacefully inhabit their homes, and when it's not happening, it's awful. And I think we've had many people talk about it here. I've experienced it in my own home, and it's really difficult. So it is really upon us to defend them, and I think we have to come to grips with that. We're going to have to spend some money here, frankly, once we figure things out how to do it. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
So we all agree. I mean, I think we all are in total agreement that enforcement is the key to the issues that we've identified. But tonight, as we're talking about short-term rentals, even if our very fine police department were to come in and say, okay, we're not going to cap it, we're going to give the problem to police, and we'll sit back and see what kind of enforcement plan they have with no additional resources approved for them, and we're certainly not going to see anything change until the next budget cycle. So we have the issue before us tonight is to help respond to our residents who have been pleading with their council to help them enjoy the quality of their life at their home and their neighborhood. And it's not just Newport Island, it's throughout all of our communities that are touched by this. And so, yes, it is enforcement. Yes, it is parking. It's the top issue, noise and parking. But even if we had, and we said this last meeting about the boardwalk, even if we had police on every corner, we're still going to have these issues. And we're not going to put police on every corner, obviously. So we're not going to be able to fully implement or see change in enforcement until a plan is developed, and obviously within existing resource availability allocation. I mean, that's a huge burden that we're just saying, okay, now it's the police's responsibility. Tonight, after we go through this process with public comment, I really hope that we can consider and approve a cap, and $1,550 is the number on the table, if anything, for a period of 3 years to stabilize our community, stabilize our neighborhoods, and reassure our residents that we are here for them. We're here for our residents, and we're here for our businesses, of course. We're not trying to destroy the businesses. All of this is newfound business in the last 4 or 5 years because of Airbnb. Everybody should genuflect to Airbnb because that is what's changed in our community. But our residents have no benefit from the additional revenues that have come in. Indeed, they have. But our costs have increased in dealing with it, and we probably haven't even seen enough of it as a result of the increase in revenues. But that was new. That was found money that I've had property management companies tell me, and I think I've said this before publicly, that when they sit down with their residential clients who want to turn their home into, they now have a permit and they want to project the revenue over the next 12 months, 24 months, and that revenue projection is exceeded within the first couple of months. The excessive revenue that is coming in to our city, to our property management companies, to the property owners is far beyond what anybody ever anticipated. So no one is going to be economically deprived by a cap. And also to clarify something that was misunderstood in prior discussions, anyone with an existing valid paid-up permit will continue to hold their permit. No permit's going to be taken away unless there's been some cause for revocation. So we need to protect our neighbors, protect our neighborhoods, protect our police from the undue phone. How many calls? I mean, we talked about this, hundreds and hundreds of calls, non-emergency calls that come into our police department, and they're having to respond at the same time dealing with a drug heist at a drugstore or other more serious crimes, clearly. So we have a problem. We've been kicking this can down the road for as long as I've been on the city council and as long as we've been hearing from our residents. So I look forward to making some resolution this evening. Personally, I think on the transferability, that's too complex. I would like to just put that aside right now because I'm not prepared to address that at too many complex issues. But all the other issues have merit, in my opinion. So thank you very much.
I will just point out, you cannot pass a cap without transferability. Oh, you can? No, I mean, you could, but you're going to destroy, I mean, it is a complete mess to pass a cap without transferability. Oh, no. For all of the reasons,
yeah,
for all the
I agree with
reasons, so, but you're saying we need to pass a cap tonight, but not transferability. And I'm saying you cannot do that because of all the reasons I listed tonight.
All right, I agree with you. So you're saying, let me just clarify in my own mind then. I personally don't want to prohibit transferability. If there is a cap, to permit transferability. So as it's outlined here in the resolution, that's,
okay.
I guess, okay. So I'm saying a cap plus transferability, and to sort through all these different nuances of transferability, I don't think we're prepared to deal with that tonight. So I'm not prohibiting transferability in my recommendation.
Okay. All right, we'll go to Mr. Muldoon then.
Thank you. Sometimes during these debates, we're discussing amongst ourselves, which is fun, but also we're kind of just talking with staff. We have a complaint-based system for code violations, which I really appreciate. And this is probably one of the number one complaints we're going to get for anything code-related. So if code can help, it's helpful. If they can't, I think there are some other things that we can look at if staffing is not sufficient. One example I can think of that's probably the most egregious is all of us have had, or almost all of us have had, street sweeping tickets. You know, you miss your car by 15 minutes, you got a $45 citation. That's just dinging locals. I'd much rather have those same people who are being paid a percentage of our parking to give citations to these bad actors. Even if it's just done for a couple weeks straight, I think that will help change behavior. But whether it's complaint-based violations from code or complaint-based responses from code or parking citations given out by the company that we use or even our own parking enforcement to target specifically these communities where they have a problem, that does not take any resources away from police. That's something that I would like to see. Regarding police, we are coming off, a particularly busy time. Well, not this summer, but normally summer is a more busy time. So it'd also be nice to see police hand out more citations and less warnings for noise violations. Our police are very genteel and professional, and I think that there's a time and place for that, but this might be a time to just more quickly give noise violations because it's about getting change behavior and getting the message out that Newport Beach has had it up to here with people who are not obeying our rules. Now, under law, we can't tell our police chief what to do. We really shouldn't tell our director of planning what to do and building, but I'm hoping that they're listening and this discussion is something that we can have for the sake of curbing this bad behavior. Perhaps in addition to what's going to be passed tonight. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to public comment now. So we'll start in the community room. You'll have 3 minutes each. How many calls do we have? Is that for real 9 or is that like okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll start. Actually, I'm sorry. We'll start in this room because one of the representative of some of our bigger property management firms is asked to speak inside. So Carol, why don't you come on up? You can go first. And then what we'll do is we'll go out to the community room, and then from the community room, we'll go to the phones. Simone, is it on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It is. Never mind. Go ahead. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you very much. I'm recovering from knee surgery, so sorry about the cane here. I'm really not as elderly as that makes me look. I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm Carol McDermott. I'm glad to see all of you. I'm representing the 4 short-term lodging managers, Craig Batley, Aaron Batley, Jeff Bosson, and Don Abrams and their firms and all of the homeowners that they represent. They represent almost 1/3 of all permit holders, and they consider themselves quite a constituency for all of you. Now, while I hate to disagree with any subcommittee of council people that I've worked with for so many years, I hope you'll take my comments tonight in the spirit in which they are intended to represent the interests of my clients. And they don't particularly feel that they've been heard as much as perhaps you feel they've been heard. And I think the discussion tonight reflects the confusion and the difficulties of trying to pass this ordinance tonight with all of the inconsistencies or questions that seem to be being raised and the unanswered questions. So the Planning Commission rejected Phase 2, and it wasn't because they didn't understand the ordinance. It was because they felt it infringed on coastal access and was unfair to some of the property owners, especially those locked out from ever getting a permit due to the cap. The cap is changing now because of the numbers and the so forth, but those are going to fluctuate over the years anyway. What we found by trying it is that the 24-hour answering service is still not working effectively. It's not answering quickly enough. They're not getting back to the managers so the managers can really enforce what they're hired to do. And so then there have been communications that have been confusing to the owners, which weren't sent to the property managers. And then, as a result, the responses have not been as timely as they could have. So the rollout of Phase 1 is still creating confusion. And so to add Phase 2 to the kinds of things that all of you have been discussing tonight, I think is just going to be more problematic. The workshop that is scheduled for the webinar, I think is going to be difficult to get the real input that you're looking for or to get the questions answered. And I know under COVID-19, this is a real problem, and I sympathize with all of you. But the concerns regarding noise and parking issues do come down to enforcement, and I appreciate the comments that were made here tonight. You've changed my whole presentation, so I'm going to try to pull this together quickly. But because I represent 4 owners and myself, I'm hopeful that you can give me enough time to get through this presentation as I talk very quickly. So there'll be 5 of us up here in this time frame. So DACs are seldom issued to short-term lodging properties because mostly they're occupied by families. And less than 25% of all the DACs are on short-term lodging properties. And maybe with greater enforcement that would increase, but we still don't find those numbers to be outrageous. And the few trash violations are going to be taken care of by the provisions. And the other thing I wanted to mention, and I hate to disagree with a council person, but short-term lodging guests do not overburden city services, nor do they impact traffic during the summer compared to the millions of beach visitors who flock to our beaches during the summer, except for some neighborhoods, perhaps, as you've been referring, Newport Island, and we're sympathetic to that. But to pass these regulations on the basis of mainly one community, I think is a bit of an overkill. So we appreciate the language changes that staff has included in the draft documents, and I think Joy Brenner mentioned that they incorporated some of the things that we'd asked for, and we believe that our requests will contribute to the effective enforcement by the city. And we really want to endorse these regulations, but we feel that the confusion over some of the provisions and the issues still require perhaps a major continuance. So limiting the number of permits to 1,550, even if there's only 1,490, is still an infringement on the industry. Requiring the gross floor area of the lodging units to enforce the number of occupants we feel is problematic to the managers and to the owners because they don't know what the square footages are. They don't know how to calculate the square footages. They know how many bedrooms. Maybe some problems with how you calculate the bedrooms, but generally that's in the city records. So before addressing the issue of the cap, I want to address a myth that has been circulated because of the number of units which might be eligible for STL permits if there was no cap. There are not 10,000 units waiting to apply for the permits because of the actual market conditions that exist, and I want to give you this reassurance. For instance, homeowners of 1 and 2 bedroom units, of which there are a number of them, in the city have been told by experienced managers they can't make enough money to rent those units for short term because there is no demand for 1 and 2 bedroom units for rentals in most cases. So it's more financially to be renting for long term, so those units don't go into the short-term lodging market. And so also many neighborhoods do not allow short-term lodgings through their CC&Rs, and that reduces the numbers that could potentially, in a hypothetical case, increase the number. So to address the issue of a cap on the number of permits, we believe...
How much longer do you need?
That
Bill?
doesn't really apply to me, does it?
How much longer do you need? Because I actually gave you 5, so...
I'm sorry?
I gave you 5 minutes up front, so how much longer do you need?
5 out of, when I'm representing 4 different...
I'm asking how long do you need?
I need about another 9 minutes. And I'm really trying to give meaningful testimony here.
And none of your clients are going to be testifying out in the
You're going to give me what?
None of the clients are going to be testifying, for example.
No, they will not.
Craig
None
won't
of them will be speaking. I'm the only one speaking on their behalf. Okay, I'll hurry.
All right, go ahead.
So we're saying that to address the cap, we believe that you can adopt many of these provisions without imposing a cap, and then you could have some of those to work with. However, I think your point tonight that you can't do a cap without the transferability, the relationship between them becomes confusing. We think the enforcement is really where the answer is. Also, to impose a cap without more data on the real impacts and without a fiscal impact analysis, particularly on the peninsula where most of the permits exist, does not give you the data that you're going to really need. So using the current regulations now and not taking any more steps may be what really is going to work while you figure this out. Also, if you don't have a cap, you may not need an LCP amendment at this time. The other provisions that are in that amendment are very minor and shouldn't trigger a LCP amendment. So what we consider is important is that, as so many of the council people tonight have stated, that we need to better regulate inactive permits so we have an actual number on the permits, and Simone indicated they're getting closer to knowing that because we think those numbers may be inflated. But we also understand staff intends to do some edits or clean up Ordinance 2020-15 or Phase 1 after the first of the year. Maybe this is the time to address the issues of inactive permits, gross floor area versus utilizing the number of bedrooms, and the method of requiring a nuisance plan. In lieu of using the gross floor area calculations, which are difficult for owners and managers to measure and for the city to enforce, using number of bedrooms could be a more effective enforcement mechanism. With regard to the nuisance plan, we think that putting a nuisance guideline on the website would solve the problem and everybody could be in conformance with that. We also wish to point out that adoption of the ordinance and code changes with some language changes tonight can be done while postponing only that portion of it, which is the cap. That will give time to determine if the current and new regulations serve to address the problems that have been reported by some of these neighbors. However, maybe the answer is a total continuance until after the first of the year as the most appropriate action to address the concerns and conflicts and complications that have been discussed here by all of you. The 24-hour hotline still has some bugs to be worked out, and communications with the owners and particularly the managers for what the requirements are now needs improvement. And with the high season over, maybe the delay on the cap or the entire ordinance won't cause a problem for the neighbors of STLs if the enforcement is begun to be increased. As a result, our request and our primary request is that the entire ordinance and the LCP amendment be continued until 2021, and we have an idea we'd like you to consider, and that is to expand the ad hoc committee to include at least 2 representatives of the short-term lodging industry. This will allow the managers to provide more carefully and consistently insightful suggestions which will address how the industry actually works, how it functions, and why some of these things are a problem. And it will allow the committee to work through our proposed language changes, reduce the burden on city staff, and assist with implementation and, most importantly, enforcement. So we agree that the freeze needs to be lifted, and we appreciate the discussion that you've had tonight and hope that that would be something that staff would be instructed to bring back. So given the discussion tonight with all of the concerns about the way in which everything is being enforced and what the questions are about the provisions, we are requesting a continuance of the entire ordinance. Or if you want to consider our changes with staff, that you would approve the staff recommendations be adopted minus the cap, then we would support that, and I have some language for some amendments to the document, which I'll hand to the city clerk for handout to the council. But I repeat, we're requesting a continuance of the entire ordinance, or strongly requesting that with our requested changes, the staff recommendations might be adopted without the cap. So there's two choices that we would support here tonight as we're trying to cooperate and work with all of you. So I'm available for any questions. I appreciate the additional time and hope that you will seriously consider what we believe have been developed as thoughtful considerations that will help the city address the issues that you all have been facing. And with that, I would say thank you, and I certainly would be happy to address questions that you might have of me or of our industry as we have researched these folders. I've researched all your ordinances, and as you know, I do my homework, and so I feel as if we want to be partners with you, but that there are so many unanswered questions that perhaps a transfer is in fact the answer. Thank you very much for all the work you've put into this. I don't envy you 20 minutes, 20 years, 20 months, feels like 20 years of hearings on all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go out to the community room now.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, as you know, my name is Jim Mosher. First, I'd like to thank the mayor for bringing up at the beginning the procedural problem the council is facing tonight. I actually have a question about that into the chief legal counsel of the Coastal Commission, because actually the provision is not in the government code, it's in the Coastal Act, and it's specifically the Coastal Commission's administrative implementation of that act. And it would be good to know what their interpretation is, but I'm not sure that's really necessary. Their implementation is very straightforward. It says that the review drafts of what the governing body is going to be looking at have to be made available as soon as they're available, and a minimum of 6 weeks prior to the final action on them, with the final action being the submittal of that document to the Coastal Commission. On our city website, you have a draft before you tonight. It's on pages 22 through 24 of the agenda packet. That draft has certainly not been posted 6 weeks in advance. I would be curious to know when that draft was prepared. I assume it was some time ago. Why does the city staff not put that on the website? The only draft that's on the website is from July. And I would point out in the Coastal Act regulations, there are also noticing requirements for the hearings on LCP amendments. There's no assurance in the staff report that the staff was even aware of those requirements or that they met them. Notices have to be sent out to a variety of other agencies. There's a list in the implementation I was talking about. So I'm really concerned that when staff prepares new drafts, they're ignoring this requirement that the public be made aware of them as soon as they are available. As to the transferability issue, I agree totally with Councilwoman Brenner's comments on what the problem is, and I would respectfully suggest this is like moorings in the harbor, where we have government-issued permits of a finite number. Those permits were initially issued by the city, and we established a waiting list from them, but it was soon found that the waiting list didn't work because somebody at the bottom of the waiting list found the easiest way to get a permit was to buy one from somebody who already had one. So that kind of procedure creates a market in which government-issued permits are being privately issued. And I'm not sure any of you were on the council. I know you were not, the city was slapped on the wrist by the Coastal Commission, by the grand jury for this, and we stopped it for a while. So I think a lottery is the one equitable way to deal with the limited number of permits. The other way to avoid the transferability issue is simply to let the permit go with the property. And as to Ms. McDermott's comment about augmenting the ad hoc committee by appointing 2 industry representatives to that, I have no strong opinion about it, but if you do, please realize the Brown Act then requires that that committee meet only at noticed public meetings so that we know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. My guess is we're going to have quite a few public comments, so I'm going to need to tightly enforce the 3 minutes, and I would strongly recommend that 3 minutes is not necessary to convince us one way or the other. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'll hold my comments so we don't get a continuance of any longer than need be. My name is Gary Cruz, and my wife and I have lived on Newport Island for quite a few years. The face of the peninsula, as everyone knows, changes in the summertime, on weekends, and on holidays, as a different clientele comes in. And fortunately for myself, I've always had Newport Island as a sanctuary. Sadly, that's changing. I hope that the council gives weight to the concerns of Newport Island residents. Newport Island is a residential neighborhood, and we are concerned that the sense of community is changing. We've been described as small but vocal, but the fact is we are a majority. We're vocal because we've been pushed a little bit to the limits. There's been a 400% increase in short-term rentals on the island. If this trend continues, it will affect the composition of the island. What is still a long-term, year-round residential community may become a short-term, nightly, weekend, and weekly vacation spot. Because most of our homes have no yards, vacationers tend to play in the street, and the kids park their bikes in the street. We're experiencing more large gatherings of people, and because the homes are so close together, we hear everything. Because we have such limited parking, more people compete for parking spots and park illegally. You have to tag team with friends and family if you have friends coming in, or you have to leave the island. On any given Friday, you will find a parking enforcement car, followed by a street sweeper, followed by dozens of residents trying to get a coveted parking spot, because if you don't park by noon on a Friday, you may not get a parking spot until Monday. I've heard proponents of short-term rentals report the low number of citations. I think it's been noted that the police are very hesitant to issue citations. Frankly, I don't blame them. Is calling the police the best use of public resources? I actually support Mr. Avery's suggestion that maybe what we need to do is outsource or to have new hires to enforce that. Wouldn't it be preferable to discourage large gatherings by controlling groups that come in just to party? Please respect the wishes of the majority of residents who want tighter regulations on short-term rentals. The issue has hammered home to me how much politics is local. And don't get bogged down with the transfer of ownership issues or other delaying tactics. Let them transfer. Please get something in front of the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Mark Marcos, Newport Island Association. I just wanted to address code enforcement or lack thereof. It appears that we've had, in the last 45 days, 30, 40 infractions, and everything from parking to parties. And there hasn't been one, no matter how many emails or pictures or photos or anything, there hasn't been one infraction, not one citation, nothing. It just appears that the police come out, they issue a warning, they leave, they don't attach the address to the short-term rental, so therefore it didn't exist. Code enforcement doesn't see it, it doesn't exist. It clearly exists, and our residents in our residential community are the ones that are dealing with it. And they're dealing with it by self-policing. And that's getting to a point of near fights in the streets, verbal altercations. It's just getting ugly. The short-term rental guests that are entitled when they're spending $800 a night to their party are cussing out our neighbors. And it just doesn't exist. We appreciate that you're looking at Newport Island for what it is, for the dynamics of how it's situated, and that the short-term model doesn't really fit there. I do want to also address that if there's one more permit as you release this cap on that island, it's going to cause a major problem. So I hope that we can keep the ban at least on Newport Island for right now till we get through figuring out what we're going to do. And we also thank you for your time and look forward to a solution owner-occupied on Newport Island. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Carmen Rosa, and I'm a resident of Balboa Peninsula. I also have a short-term lodging permit in the same building where I live. And going through the correspondence that is available here, about 90% of the complaints are from Newport Island, and they have pictures of vehicles blocking the sidewalk and so forth. So I agree with Kevin Muldoon, Councilman Kevin Muldoon, that enforcement needs to be citations and no more warnings. And that happens in many aspects of things that are going on in the city, including dogs off leash, the boardwalk, and so forth. I oppose the part in the proposed ordinance where you make responsible the owners of the properties, because there is no difference when you have parking violations. There is no difference if the parking violation is done by a long-term resident or a visitor that comes for the day to the beach, or a short-term lodging permit, short-term lodging unit guest. And it baffles me that looking at all those pictures from Newport Island, that citations have not been issued. So I would like the Chief Lewis to respond of why citations have not been issued. It's a question that is left to the judgment of the officer, and there are no clear guidelines of when is a citation and an infraction and when it's not. It's a really gray area to have a vehicle blocking the sidewalk. It shouldn't be a gray area. So I would like the city and the police department to look into that and evaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Honorable City Council. Appreciate your time. This is Scott McFetters from Newport Island. I wanted to first say that I really appreciate everybody's efforts to help our situation on the island and everybody in the city. Every neighborhood's different. Every neighborhood's got different issues, but what I can say is it just doesn't work where we're at. We've tried enforcement. We've tried working with code enforcement. We call the police. We do everything that we're supposed to do. We take pictures. We have videos. We have everything. But we have no citations. And we have people that, whether it's parking, whether it's noise, whether it's a house that's calling itself a 4-bedroom house, and in the city, in the planning shows it's 2. Because of COVID, that you can't get inspectors in to inspect the houses. There's just all kinds of issues that we're having. And the biggest issue is, 90% of the island is permanent residents, whether it's owners or it's long-term renters. It is a quiet part of the island. That's why I moved there. It's the quiet part of the peninsula. The houses, most of the houses, or a majority, I'd say, are on the water in that triangle shape. So you hear all the noises when people are out. If any of you came over and sat in my backyard at night, the only houses that have the lights on past 9:30, 10 o'clock, or where you hear the noise, is the short-term rental houses. I mean, yeah, there's exceptions. People have fun and do things, but the ongoing ones on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night, every night, it's Groundhog Day. It doesn't work. The lot size doesn't work, and really the parking doesn't work. And in the fact they put us in danger, they block the sidewalks. We have a lot of elderly residents too, and people like myself that walk our dogs. And we've got so many cars going down these one-way streets that you either have a sidewalk or you don't. If you don't, you got to walk out in the street, and somebody might come whizzing around the corner. So anyway, I appreciate all the time everybody's put in these ordinances and enforcement, but I don't think there's anything you can do to solve the problem we have on Newport Island without completely banning it or owner occupied, because it just doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do not live on the island. This is not about the island. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity. I live at 1624 Orchard Drive here in Newport, and I have 2 houses on my lot legally, and I'm unable to rent out the guest house or the back house full times because of the dog kennels on Riverside Drive. 2 of them back up to my property. So I turned to Airbnb because that way I can keep in people coming in there, and I have never, ever had any problem whatsoever. I live in the front house. The people are quiet and respectful. And to broad brush all of us into certain areas, I don't live on the peninsula. I don't live down there. But to put a cap, I can't even get a permit. I've tried. And they said, well, there's a cap. Well, wait a minute. I need to pay my mortgage. And to put a cap and not allow me to continue to operate, to me, it's criminal. But anyway, I would like to see something done with the dogs back there, because those dogs bark 24/7. And on Riverside Drive, there are 16 kennels in a block long. I've looked up the code, and they can have 3 to 59 dogs at any given time. And to walk those dogs, they pee on my yard. It's a nuisance. Those dogs are the nuisance, not my short-term tenants, not my neighbors. It's the kennels. And to allow that, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. My tenants have complained, crickets. I've complained, I've written letters. I would like to have a full-time rental, but I can't because of the kennels. And so that's primarily my issue. And I want a permit to continue to operate my Airbnb, because at the end of the month, if I don't have a permit, they take me off the website. I can't afford that, and I don't think it's right. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Nancy Scarborough. I'd like to compliment the ad hoc committee for 20 months of hard work. I agree with most of the provisions, and I think that something needs to be done now, not in January. However, one provision at the September 6th council meeting during the study session for short-term lodging, which was discussed, the agenda item appeared, quote, seeking input from council. The ad hoc committee had been working on this for 20 months. Simone asked for a straw poll regarding the minimum stay and permit caps. The council raised their hands, and there was a majority of council hands for both of those issues. With no community input, the mayor added 2 more components to allow transfers of the permits via inheritance and property sale. Without discussion, the council voted in favor of that. This reeks of backroom deals cooked up before the meeting. I've read all the publicly available correspondence and attended all of the public meetings. No one has requested this. This is another example of how the council majority has railroaded the others to benefit their financial supporters at the expense of the citizens. Approval of these 2 proposed changes under 5.95.043 should not be considered tonight. This was not considered by the ad hoc committee, and there has been 0 public input. At worst, it creates a new residential asset class in Newport Beach, which rewards the properties with an STL permit and penalizes the one next door for not having one. And it gives 1,500 entities a lifetime bonus no one else can enjoy. Granting this will turn into a property right that no future council will be able to remove. Please have the integrity to leave this portion out of your recommendation today. Thank you for your service.
All right, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and just say that is just obscene to make any kind of accusation against me of some kind of backroom deal, Nancy. You know that's not true. It's not accurate. It's never been accurate. And the fact that you would even make that accusation at a meeting like this is just, that's just beneath you, frankly. That issue of transferability, as I said earlier, came with the fact that there was an issue involved with the problem of a cap. If you have a cap, you have to address transferability. That is an ownership issue. If we're going to have, and you've seen the back and forth here. It's just so beneath you to have said that. And I just can't believe you would. All right, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. You know, when it came up, I had not discussed it with anyone before. There's no dealings. It's actually standard legal language that as an attorney I was familiar with for heirs and assigns and transferability. So there's really no there's no motivation, and there's certainly no financial interest. I can barely afford my own home, let alone another home that I can somehow, rent out. So anyway, just for those who are watching, I mean, I guess that's one disadvantage of being a lawyer. Sometimes all this stuff's always on your mind, but we did not talk beforehand. And quite frankly, I've really sat back and watched the ad hoc committee do, and I've been impressed, and I haven't interfered. I don't think from the dais, and certainly not off the dais. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would also point out, I was not one of the council members who actually had a short-term lodging before this whole discussion happened. So the idea of a backroom deal of some kind of financial gain is just unbelievable. All right, we'll go to the next public comment.
Thank you, Council. Scott Carpenter, owner of iTrip Vacations. Want to address a couple of points. The cap at $1,550 just seems like it's a very arbitrary number. I've heard a number of people kind of say, hey, if we didn't have this cap, we'd all of a sudden have 10,000 short-term rental units in the marketplace. The cap's never been in existence. We only have about 1,500 right now. So the market's not going to bear 10,000 units overnight. It's just not going to happen. There are plenty of full-time residents that live here. One thing I would propose is to look at a cap, but maybe look at that number closer to about 2,000. But I'd also like for us to begin to look at the permits a little bit closer. So for example, if a property does not pay more than $1,000 in transit occupancy taxes during the course of a year over a 2-year period, maybe they're put on notice to say, hey, wait a minute, you have a permit that's not really being used the way that it's supposed to be. You're not working in the spirit of what needs to be. So after 2 years, and if you don't pay the transit occupancy taxes, you lose that permit. It goes to the next person. The other thing that I would like to mention is I'd like to see the council look at removing the ban on issuing new permits. We only have about, from what I had heard today, somewhere between 30 and 40. Perhaps this is the right time for the council to look at the emergency amendment and basically say, hey, we're going to amend that, and we're going to allow any permit application that's on the books or that's been submitted as of October 13th, we're going to go ahead and allow those residents to kind of move forward with what they've been planning on doing with their particular property. And as acknowledged by members of the council, those properties more than likely are going to be very good operators. They're not going to have 1 or 2 bad ones within that bunch. And then one thing that I would really like to see is something that Dana Point has written into their ordinance. I'll read this real quickly, but it basically says, and this would fall under, I believe, section 5.95.045 or conditions, and it basically says notification to the occupant that if they are cited or fined by any city and or any issue, then they have that the property manager as well as the city working with them have the ability to go ahead and evict them right away. I think that's one piece of meat that might be missing from the ordinance that we're talking about, and has mentioned by several council members and several people here in the room. Enforcement is still the big issue. As an operator, I would love to see greater enforcement. I have a lot of empathy toward the folks on Newport Island. I don't represent any properties there. I don't want to represent any properties, But looking at the pictures of how some of these cars are parked and the fact that they're not towed, the fact that they're not cited, that's just what creates the problem. Without the enforcement, we just let the problems get better, and we tell people, you can come in, you can park like that, we're not going to enforce it because we know you're going to be gone. Let's start enforcing those rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any, Craig, if you're about to get up and no? Okay. All right. Any other speakers in there? All right. We'll go to the phones now. Hi, go ahead. Hi, if you're on the phone, go ahead.
Hi. One second.
Hi, yep, you've got public comment. Go ahead.
Great. 1 second. Hello, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Aisha Irfan, and I'm here on behalf of Airbnb. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the City of Newport Beach's Ordinance 2020-26. Airbnb supports reasonable regulations on short-term rentals and that protect public safety and preserve neighborhood integrity. We are proud to have worked with the City of Newport to provide input on the city's short-term rental ordinances to help ensure a high rate of compliance across all hosting platforms so that hosts can continue to choose the hosting platform that is best for them to advertise their property. As you know, the California Coastal Act guarantees maximum access and the protection and encouragement of lower-cost visitor recreation and facilities along the coast. In spite of these goals, high travel and accommodation costs have reduced access to the coast, particularly for low to moderate income households and communities of color in California. A 2017 UCLA survey authored by Dr. John Christensen and Dr. Philip King found that 75% of respondents cited the high cost of accommodations as a barrier, and 62% of respondents felt that a coastal visit was too expensive. The issue has been compounded by the high cost of development and loss of nearly 25,000 lower-cost hotel rooms since 1989, which have made it harder for many to visit. To build on the work from the 2017 UCLA study, Airbnb commissioned Dr. Philip King, Associate Professor of Economics at San Francisco State University, to look at the issue of equitable access. In his report, Unequal Access, Protecting Affordable Accommodations Along California's Coast, Dr. King builds on prior work completed by the California Coastal Commission and the Coastal Conservancy, which found that access to the coast has been severely restricted for many Californians, at least in part due to the economic reasons, the lack of affordability in overnight accommodations, not only for low and medium income households, as a serious concern. Dr. King's report, which I will be sending along to the council, provides an in-depth overview of the barriers to coastal access and offers recommendations, including how short-term rentals can play an important role in increasing access, affordability, and support for local communities. Dr. King's report makes clear that short-term rentals can be a part of the solution. Short-term rentals serve as a helpful tool to increase the supply of lower-cost accommodations along the California coast and expand access by making it more affordable for California families to visit. Travel costs and overnight accommodations are the most cost-prohibitive barriers to visiting the coast. This is certainly more acute for low and moderate income households, minority communities, and Californians who live in the inland areas of the state, such as the Central Valley or Inland Empire. During this unprecedented crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, policymakers are at the forefront in tackling the many issues of inequity that have invariably surfaced in 2020. We aim to be partners in this fight to ensure access to California's coast.
Thank you very much.
With regard to Newport, I have like 2 more sentences to go, and then I'm happy to pass it along.
Okay, go ahead.
High level, we strongly encourage the City Council to eliminate the minimum night requirement. A minimum stay costs families an extra hundreds of dollars and will put overnight stays at the coast out of reach for many families. In Del Mar, the California Coastal Commission staff noted the restrictive role high night caps place on the availability of lower cost accommodations. Subsequently, many cities along the California coast have avoided minimum night requirements, while others, including Dana Point and Oceanside, have opted for a 2-night minimum. Newport Beach should visit this minimum night requirement. Thank you for consideration of all these issues that we've raised. We look forward to continuing to work with Newport Beach as you all pursue short-term rental regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next speaker, please. Hi, please mute your what you're listening to and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle Vaccaro, and I appreciate the mayor and everyone for their hard work. I did not know who Nancy Scarborough was until tonight, so I do know now who she is, and we'll hear clear. A couple things. Short-term rentals have been on Newport for over 100 years. When I was in the 60s, I was coming to short-term rentals. Prior to that, it was mainly a resort area. I've lived on Newport Island. I've lived on several streets and still do on the peninsula in the what's classified as the war zone. The war zone, to me, are the long-term rentals. I have 4 of them around. I'm constantly calling the police, and there's nothing being done. I am a vacation rental owner as well. I had guests move in the other day, and they were met by cussing and beer bong on the long-term rental next door. I'm going to go to several things that I heard. There's no short-term rental person that I've heard that does want more than a 3-night minimum. That doesn't make sense, especially in the wintertime, so I'm not sure why that was presented. Just curious, Mrs. Brenner said that the neighbor was loud and whatnot. Was that a long-term rental? Do we know? Long-term rentals have no limitations on their guests. We do. Some of us do not allow any other guests on the property except who's on the rental agreement, or we charge, and that really cuts down where long-term rentals can have a party of 40 people and nobody seems to care. You may want to consider putting a cap. If you are going to cap the permit, perhaps put the good operators in a different category so that they can have access to permits. The property value for a home that has a permit attached is much higher than one that doesn't. And also, there was a comment about cleaners and repair people blocking traffic. All our cleaners park in the garage as the guests have left. So they park in the garage, never have an issue with that. I think that is it. One thing that would be nice would be to have a long-term rental hotline so that we can distinguish where the complaints are really coming from. I know where I live in 46th Street, I have 4 long-term rentals that I'm constantly calling the police on. They never get a ticket. Nothing's ever done. I rarely am calling on short-term rentals. So I think there's some kind of a bias towards short-term rentals that isn't fair and should really be looked at. I heard the council saying that the calls are coming in. Are they short-term or long-term? And I don't think it's fair that there's only a hotline for the short-term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Denise Oberman. I live on the ocean front, not in the war zone, in a stable area. Thanks to the council and staff for bringing this ordinance forward. It's critically needed. We absolutely need a cap because we cannot enforce, we cannot regulate. And also this area, and it's not only areas on the Balboa Peninsula, it includes Newport Island, the other islands, it includes CDM. The areas are just too intensely developed, and they're not developed intended to have hotels. We don't have fire clearance on the side of a lot of the buildings. So the impacts are extremely intense. And the thing is, being a resident, there needs to be some kind of regulatory mechanism at the front end with the permits and the requirements to get the permits, all the way through to enforcement. And, you know, because of the short-term lodging market, there are a number of players in that market that do not have the capability or are unwilling to make the investment of resources, particularly if they're not required, to professionally manage their units and the people that the units are leased to. The result of that, in contrast to a professional management company like Burr White or some of the others, there isn't any management. The city is not requiring the owner to occupy, to manage. So there are many short-term lodging units that effectively have no management. And as a result of that, there are inevitably more and more intensity of problems. I'm heartened to hear so many of the council members voice positively the need for additional enforcement and seemingly to understand the reason for it, not only STLs, but throughout the city and the various neighborhoods. I do want to say that without a cap, it's hard enough to enforce all these things. You can hear the issues. Without a cap, it will be impossible to maintain the integrity of the residential areas and to protect the community from the impacts. Noise is a very polite way of saying large groups, drunk and disorderly. For some reason, I'd like to bring up another issue relative to enforcement. There's no doubt that the PD is strained. They're strained by the increasing volume of demands. They're also strained by the intensity of the demands and knowing how to deal with them. And it's really important, and we ask that the council provide clarity of direction to the PD so they will enforce. Right. Because right now they are willfully not enforcing.
All right,
thank you.
All right. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
To bring up another issue.
Hi, please mute your what you're listening to and then go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rob Wright. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just wanted to make a few points. I've been coming to Newport Beach since I was a little kid. In my late 50s now, and I'm finally about to buy a piece of Newport. But it is, at the moment, a short-term rental, and I'm hoping to get the permit transferred in my name. So that's really important in the financing, keeping it going. As far as short-term versus long-term, I mean, parking, my aunt has been a short-term renter, or not renter, but an owner, and her family's been an owner since the 50s. She's been there since the 70s, down on the peninsula, and she rents to college kids in the wintertime, and they've got, every room's got 2 roommates, every roommate's got a car. The parking is amazingly tight, as opposed to a short-term lodging where you're required to have the garage space for the guest, and maybe there's one additional car, but typically it's it's a family that's coming in. So I don't see that as a parking problem being a short-term problem. It's more of a long-term problem. So anyway, that's really it. I mean, noise is a problem both long-term and short-term. So enforcement, rock and roll. Let's get that done. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Just so I can plan, how many more do we have? Okay. All right. Go ahead. Hi, go ahead. Hi, yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mason. I live at Newport Island. Newport Island has changed a lot. It's louder, more cars. Cars drive fast, not safe, and a lot of kids play in the street. Thank you. Bye.
Just to be clear, that was a perfect public comment. Next speaker, please, who can hopefully follow up. Hi, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Joe Bowerbank. I've been a resident of Newport Island for about 10 years now. And I'm not going to belabor the issue with a lot of examples or anything like that. Certainly appreciate the 4-night minimum and some of the complaint forms and the hotline. But I think at the end of the day, there's been a big case study in terms of this isn't working. I mean, the partying is going on, the noise issues go on, the parking issues go on. So I can tell you that the deciding is just not happening. I've had a couple friends over here from Seashore and 48th. They get cited all the time. They could not believe some of the parking infractions that we have here. I mean, just butts of cars blocking sidewalks, and their jaws dropped. So it was kind of an eye-opener for me when I looked around. These guys were thinking, gosh, this is a mess over here. So I think at the end of the day, this is a big case study. We're curious to see what happens moving forward. But at the end of the day, it's a pressing matter, and I don't think it's going to work on Newport Island in terms of short-term rentals. It's just too small. It's too quiet, too different of an area. So thank you much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead. Hi, if you can hear me, go ahead. Try one more time. You can go ahead if you can hear me. All right, we'll go to the next caller. Hi, go ahead.
Hello? Hi, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, hi. My name is Randy Beck, and, oops, sorry, it's just not. And I just wanted to say I own over, since 1988 on the beach. I've been a resident over there as well as owning a property for a short-term rental. And we bought that, calling the city under the premises that the property would be transferable when we purchased. And back, you know, in the many years before, you changed the rules on R1 lots, which was fine, and you gave notice. If you did not have a license at a certain date, it would not be eligible. That's totally fine. But this is a little different situation where we purchased under the agreement that we would be able to transfer our property under the current law. So I just thought that was significant. And just one last thing, a lot of the owners down there that own the homes, they have people that come by and they have their celebrations and birthdays and whatnot, and a lot of problems with the parking. I've noticed a lot of the neighbors call each other and try to work it out. So I just want to bring that up, and I sure appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Hi, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Mayor O'Neill. This is Jim Maloney, longtime Balboa Island resident and owner-operator of multiple properties, some short-term, some long-term. Calling in, I want to, thank the ad hoc committee for their work. I would like to point out, however, just some obvious things here. It seems to me very clear that what happened when you adopted the rules that limited R1 and R2 properties, so a short-term lodging could only be in R2. A number of properties on the peninsula were not R2. That's why you saw people falling off the permit list. No one's going to renew a permit if they're not eligible. So that's the reason for the drop in the number. As for the number of people that are waiting on the desk to be processed through, that's obvious. There were a number of people that were operating short-term lodging without a permit. You passed the rules. They discovered they needed a permit, and so now they're applying for it. So when I hear certain comments from the dais about, oh my God, the number has gone down to 1490, maybe we should lower the cap, I think the public comments you've heard to this point are the cap, if there is a cap, needs to be flexible, needs to be adjusted to the market needs and tied to something. It just can't be artificially selected. With respect to Newport Island, I'd just like to say it's really the tail wagging the dog. I think a lot of these rules that are being proposed this evening are well-intentioned. However, they're really not going to change any of the complaints that we're hearing from all the people on Newport Island. What you need to do is you need to send people down there and tow cars, and you need noise violations. And I heard a lot of comments tonight about how the police don't have the resources. I would just like to point out, to renew a short-term lodging permit, it's $98 now. That's $100 times $1,500. That's $150,000. When you combine that with the money that you're taking off the transient occupancy tax, the TOT, which we and others are paying, it's several $million. How you cannot hire an inspector, a code enforcer. I know if my air conditioner makes too much noise, I get a code inspector in my backyard. I get a letter from the city. It tells me I can be fined up to $1,000 a day. So I think there's just some misplaced, misguided direction in thinking that it's the police's job to enforce parking or noise complaints. It's very simple. You make money off of the short-term lodging. People have been coming here for decades. The other comment I just wanted to point out, and I love Mayor Diane Dixon, former Mayor Diane Dixon, tremendously. I respect her. But I got to say that there's a short-term lodging explosion on the peninsula, when in fact we heard the number is about 20% of the homes on the peninsula. I just don't think 20% of the homes on the peninsula is an explosion of short-term lodging, when you've heard a lot of public comments about people who've been coming here for generations and generations. The war zone, the peninsula where I own property, has been a long time short-term residential situation. So I disagree with the characterization of explosion of short-term lodging. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Now.
Hi, go ahead.
Yes. Hello. I'm Bud Reevely from Newport Island, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Have a long history with Newport Beach. My wife's family purchased property here in the 40s. 3 generations have lived on 36th Street. My wife and I moved there permanently in 1991 after rebuilding a house, and then we subsequently moved to 38th Street here, Newport. I've seen a massive increase in STLs in my community, with the accompanying deterioration of quality of life that seems to diminish daily. I thought I had escaped the chaos of West Newport, but apparently not. The tragedy is that the loss of privacy, our peaceful enjoyment, the feeling of community, outsiders consider this a fun zone. We're also impacted by Finley Track, with whom we share a waterway. Bad acting renters can be plainly heard across the canal. We know that STLs have been part of Newport for many years. In 1992, you intervened to regulate, enforce rules, and collect revenue. When the regulations were first introduced to the council, they considered the following concerns. 1, commercial use in a residential zone. Apparently, this concern caused the council to exempt most R1 properties except those grandfathered in 1992. Well, STLs will eliminate this is another concern you had. STLs will eliminate long-term rental housing available. This is now even more pertinent as a matter of state is pressing cities to add more housing inventory. And now you want to take more permanent housing out so people have to commute to work. This is ridiculous. The potential adverse effects you spoke of in 1992 to residential neighborhoods, such as excessive noise, late hours, parking, increased traffic. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? It's the same thing today. You're worried about non-payment of fees. We know there are unauthorized operators out there collecting money that you don't get. And the last item you had was the lack of management, and that still exists today. The council has suggested in the past that the professional management could be the answer to nuisance imposed by city employees to enforce the rules they vote in place. Our experience on Newport Island runs counter to that thinking. The thought may ease the conscience of the council, but the facts belie that proposition. I dare say we could mobilize 50 or 60 homeowners to come and talk to you about our grievances, but we can't because of the COVID problem. We want to be cut off from this. We want no more STLs on this island. We want those permits that are here to extinguish on the sale of the property, and somehow you can work that out. If it has to go to a niece or a nephew or a cousin or a brother or a son or daughter, that's fine. But when it's sold to a stranger, let it happen.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Cut off from this.
Please mute what you're listening to and go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and the council. Thank you for having me. Well, I was disconnected a little bit ago because systems issues have a really big lag here. I just barely wrapped up listening to one of my neighbors talk. So my name is Ray Peden. Me and my wife Sabrina, we live on Newport Island, but only for a couple, 2.5 years or so. We haven't been here for as many generations as many of our neighbors have. However, we moved here, as I've described before in the last couple council meetings, because this was not what maybe the rest of Newport Beach was on the peninsula, on this side of the peninsula anyway, was noticed for. We've heard from lobbyists. They're paid, and they're paid well to come and talk and very eloquently about their position. But here we are as neighborhood talking about the problems that we see. These problems, I'm not being paid for. In fact, I'm up every morning at around 4 a.m. to talk to my parent company in Europe about how to manage our business in the fact that the pandemic and other things have taken almost 50% from what we're looking for. So I'm up at 4 a.m. It's pretty hard to do that and be cognizant and to be effective when I've been up all night because the short-term rentals have been continuously over and over waking up. We've heard from several of the people in pro of the short-term rentals on Newport Island. And in a one-off field, it's not so bad. But when you got to get up every night and have a nice conversation with somebody you don't know about the fact that they're doing all these things that are impacting your life, it becomes an issue. And I have to say that, I wish I had, my billing rate is over $2,000 a day. So maybe we should, form our own sense of lobbyists and come out and talk to that. Bud just talked. I mean, Bud and Penny, they've been here a lot longer than I have. And I watch how pained they are every day trying to deal with what we're dealing with. And the aggression and everything that comes with trying to be the only enforcer. The story that we're talking about now is not unique to Newport Beach. It's been told 1,000 cities over. This is an investment deal. This is a business, and we are a neighborhood. And I just hope that the council, including the mayor and everybody else involved, will understand that neighborhoods are not businesses, and we should treat them so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Penelope Gilbert. The Gilbert family has been on Newport Island since 1946. During that time, we have been residents and not renters. We have always kept our property for the family. I am now surrounded on both sides by short-term rentals. On one side, the short-term rental is owned by people who seemingly purchased it recently as an investment opportunity. One of the owners lives on the property, but uses Seabreeze as their agent. And because of this, whenever a problem arises, she makes herself absent and does not involve herself in the problem. Obviously, Seabreeze is receiving a commission for renting the property, and she's not interested. My only problem at the moment with the suggested changes is that if owner-occupied properties be also owner-managed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. How many more do we have? Okay. Hi, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Ken Rawson.
You're going to want to mute. You're listening
I'd
to
like
Ken.
to talk tonight about the Section 10.23 that deals with parking. What I had explained to me by a city staff member is that where it reads, the owner shall be responsible for any violation by a transient user, this means that the owner is going to get the fine of $1,000 for the first offense, $2,000 for the second, and et cetera, per the provision of this ordinance. If I do not understand this correctly, maybe, Mayor, you could have Simone Georges explain how it actually is going to be administered against the owner. But if it is $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and finally the owner gets their permit revoked, I think that's excessive for parking control. Please answer this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, please. All right, please mute what you're listening to and go ahead.
Hi, this is Rob Ryan. Just one quick comment. In the 90s, when my son was young, we contemplated moving down to the peninsula right near the ocean. And my wife said, it's just not the right kind of place. And that's still the same kind of place it is today. And I think Newport Island thinks they're a little different, and maybe they do need to have their own rules. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more? No. All right, anyone who didn't speak in the community room? All right, we'll bring it back. All right, we're going to start with Mr. Herdman, then Ms. Brenner, then Mr. Muldoon.
Yeah, just a quick comment. The committee did talk about the concept of a particular unit having to pay a certain amount of TOT tax on an annual basis. But I just want to point out that sometimes your unit doesn't always rent. So it's not the fault of the short-term lodging owner that their place doesn't rent, and so I just want to point that out. Okay. Oh, right, and should not have their permit pulled because of their inability to rent their particular unit.
Okay, Ms. Brenner.
Simone, I wanted you to answer a question for me. When we talk about the potential for 10,000 more units if we leave this totally unregulated, that's 10,000 units within the multifamily zone where it's not citywide, because we already don't allow it in single family. So that's only in the permitted areas that we have the potential for 10,000.
That's correct. The zoning code allows short-term lodging uses to be in the R2 or the multifamily zones, but not in single family or mixed use or commercial zones.
So that 10,000 would not be spread out across the whole city.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just wanted to, if you would also tell why we went to gross floor area versus bedrooms, because I agree it sounds better to be able to do it by bedroom, but it was for a particular reason.
Right. So the thinking behind the gross floor area is that it was a standard uniform way to allow a maximum occupancy for any type of unit separate from those bedrooms. And if we went to a bedroom count, there's really an incentive for property owners to add just more bedrooms to a unit that may not be able to accommodate a large number of bedrooms. So it was simpler for staff to implement just something that was just based on a gross floor area, take the floor area, divide it by 200, and it gives you a maximum occupant load versus trying to go through and try to inspect or count the number of bedrooms. Or if somebody only has a 2-bedroom, they're incentivized to add more people. And from the ad hoc committee standpoint, the occupant load, the occupancy of these units was a problem. You had complaints called into the council members that there are large groups in these units. So it was a very simple, straightforward methodology to you really let the property owner declare the floor area. And then from there, staff can calculate what is your maximum occupant load. And we felt that it was an easy way to implement a maximum occupancy.
Well, I actually like the bedroom count better, but we don't have the staff to go out and inspect all of these properties to determine how many actual bedrooms they had. So it was sort of a compromise that we came up with because we recognized we couldn't effectively enforce the bedroom count. So, and I understand it's confusing and that some people like one versus the other, which I kind of do too, but we just don't have the staff to do that. So then the only other thing was on nuisance guidelines. Do we have a nuisance guideline policy? Because someone indicated that we didn't, or that we needed to include it.
We did hear that feedback that we needed to have at least a template of a nuisance policy or guideline. So that is up on our city's website. We do offer that. They can use our template or they can produce their own, but we have that available.
Okay, and as far as immediate eviction goes, how could that be? One of the real estate firms, I believe, liked the idea of having that capability, but I don't know where the city would fit into that.
No, the city doesn't have that authority to do immediate eviction. That was really between the tenant and landlord, or the tenant and the operating company. You know, that's why that was the idea of that hotline, is that way the communication can be directly to the property owner who's managing the property. If it's a large party or if there's any other issues or noise issues, the property owner would have language in their contract, and that would be a dispute between their short-term renters and themselves. But the city wouldn't be involved with that.
Okay, and then the only final question is on the local coastal plan. And the question about timing, I think we just need more assurance that we've done everything that we need to have done there.
I understand.
Okay. Sorry, before I go, Mr. Muldoon, I forgot, there was a question, Mr. Harp, about the interpretation during public comments, specifically to the issue of number 23, the owner shall be responsible. It's on page 18-17. There's a question about, at the top there, the owner shall be responsible for any violation by a transient user or transient user's guest of any state or local laws that regulates parking that occurs while the transient user or transient user's guest is staying at or visiting the short-term lodging unit. The question was, if a person gets a ticket, so let's say they park in front of a fire hydrant or in a red zone or double park, and they get a ticket, is the owner now responsible for paying that ticket?
So the owner would not be responsible for paying the ticket that was issued to the person who did the violation. However, they are agreeing to basically by accepting the short-term lodging permit, they're basically agreeing to be responsible for where their tenants are parking if they're parking within 100 feet of the unit while they're using the unit. I think that we would follow our standard code enforcement procedures, though, as opposed to just issuing people citations. It basically putting them on notice that they're having a problem and giving them the opportunity to correct that problem. So notice of violation and then working with the property owners to try to get them correct before going into some of those more severe stages of issuing fines or looking to suspend or revoke. So I think it's dealing with it more as a code enforcement type of issue as opposed to a strict, here's someone parked, here's your ticket. It's more of trying to correct the problem and dealing with the use of the short-term lodging and the parking issues they may be having.
Okay. All right, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I just heard something that I thought actually I would support. I don't think it's in here though, but we could require every operator to have a immediate eviction clause in order to have a permit in the city, could we not? Because
I'm going to jump in just real quick. So we typically haven't gotten involved with kind of the relationship between the landlord and the transient user, but I do think that that's one of the provisions that we're contemplating for the nuisance abatement plan, because people need to be able to deal with their tenants. And under California law, when they're renting for short terms like this, they have the ability to evict. So I think we're going to handle kind of those type of issues and a lot of other issues through that nuisance response plan. But it's a good point.
Yeah, because I think it's not I wouldn't view it as a taking of a property right. Actually, it's a tool that the property owner can use. Switching gears, Grace, who is in charge of our parking contractor? Parking enforcement tickets?
Well, we do have parking enforcement through the police department, and then our outside contractor is through our finance department.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Can I talk to someone from finance about that first and then the chief second?
Sure.
Just want to take care of this tonight. It's like, why not? Hi, Dan.
Hello.
That's right. Isn't that funny? There's no business like the parking business, right? It's a finance guy. Can you tell me, could we put in the contract a clause that says without any extra money, they will regularly do more driving through these areas, including Newport Island, which I would argue is kind of hard to find and they wouldn't even know to regulate it otherwise?
Absolutely. We can coordinate with the police department and have them dispatch them directly, but Chief Lewis and I were already texting while we were talking about that enforcement.
That means the guy in the white car, gal, who has the cameras, looks like a Google car, the cameras are giving us citations. We can require them to cite violators in Newport and other areas where there's disproportionate number of short-term lodging.
Yes, and the only qualifier is that I don't believe they can cite for CVC violations. So
okay, yeah, so they're only parking.
Right.
What's in the municipal code?
Not moving violations under California state law. Right. Perfect. Right. I don't think we need to hear from the chief. I think that answers that. Great. I would like to informally request that.
And we are looking, and as Dan just mentioned about text messages going back, and we have been talking about reallocating the resources on our contractor side to focus on these types of parking violations in short-term where there's more short-term lodging complaints on the parking side. And I'm happy to do that and see as much as we can reallocate. But I also think as we look and depending on the level of complaints, I mean, we still do have parking issues in other parts of the city. So if it turns out we need to do additional, then I need to have that conversation and also talk with council about that. But obviously, the first priority is to see what we can reprioritize within the contract we have.
Yeah, just because I think the two examples, one is Fashion Island, they're policing regularly, or they're not policing, but patrolling regularly. It's like Disneyland, there's no problems in Fashion Island. And then a lot of the citizens get the street sweeping citations like clockwork. I know they have to be done, but I would argue this is more important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I think while there are a lot of public comments, a lot of good ideas. I mean, our residents are really struggling with this, certainly those residents who are adversely affected, and they're really trying to help us identify some solutions, so I'm very grateful for that. So here's a couple of my takeaways that I think some of the residents came up with some interesting ideas. Just recently, I think it was Mrs. Gilbert talked about owner-managed and owner-occupied. I like that. Now, she was referring specifically to Newport Island. We could sort through that later, but maybe in certain areas where there is intensity of use, we should be considering that. Simone, if wouldn't mind if coming forward. I think Carol McDermott mentioned there's some problems with the hotline. I know it's in startup mode and just getting it up. Do you want to just address how it's progressing?
We definitely have heard those complaints with regards to kind of that longer wait time, longer than we want. And so we are addressing it with our vendor. They're aware of the issues and they're just working through it. And it just takes us just a little bit longer than we wanted. We don't want to hear that there's a delay on that response, but we understand and we're working through that.
Yeah, we got to get that fixed. Okay, thank you. Back to parking. Ken Ralston and I talked, and they're owner-operators, and 2 comments I'll make because he mentioned this, that because he and his wife, Carmen, take pride in their property and want to make sure that they are not creating disturbances with their adjacent neighbors with their short-term rental unit, they are very diligent about enforcing parking and trash and noise all down the list. In fact, to the extent that they are so rigorous about enforcing their own rules, frankly, and over and above what the city does, that they do not have high ratings on Yelp. And it does not bother them because they feel that they are protecting their neighbors and their neighbors show appreciation for that. So I thought that was an interesting comment. Also, they had an interesting suggestion about parking that one of the reasons we've gone to this suggestion about citing the owner of the property within 100 feet of the rental unit, et cetera, is because police could not, or traffic control could not determine where that car was from. That still could be, that's still a reasonable part of what we're trying to do tonight, but there's another way to perhaps also consider it, because we heard in prior meetings when we talk about parking that homes on Balboa Island or certain homes on the peninsula were built 100 years ago, and they either do not have a parking garage or they only have one car garage, and to impose a parking requirement would be unfair or unreasonable or impossible. So a suggestion they've made was to exempt those homes that do not have or only have one, or could be grandfathered in if they only have one parking garage or no parking, that they would not be subject to the requirements of the short-term lodging ordinance that requires parking. So maybe we could consider a minimum of one parking space must be included and provided within a permitted property, just as someone who called in said that their service personnel park in their garage, so they make that space available. We are not aggressively trying to find parking within that short-term rental unit, and Simone, maybe you might consider that as something that we might think of as that doable to exempt non-conforming properties. Also, I wonder why we don't tow cars. Why don't we tow cars who are illegally parking on a sidewalk and blocking access? We should maybe include maybe I'm making a proposal that included in the ordinance or the parking ordinance, there we have signage that says cars will be towed if illegally parked. There is no signage. I don't think there is any signage anywhere that I can remember seeing cars will be towed if illegally parked. That might be something we should consider. And also, maybe this is more structural. So the gentleman who was talking about the 1992 actions by the City Council that removed single-family residences from permits except for those that were grandfathered in. Maybe we should restrict permits to R2 properties only. I'm not talking about Newport Island right now, just generally speaking, because there is a concern, it just hasn't happened yet, that as the city becomes more denser with multi-unit construction, that is bound to happen because that's where the state is going. And also we do have upwards of, 10,000 apartment units that all could have a permit. We can't predict the future. They could have permits. Those units could have permits. So could it be possible, and maybe this affects the need for a cap, if we just take those off the books, just like our predecessors did in 1992 in taking single-family residence off the books, R1. Take MU structures off the permit eligibility list. So that's something to consider. And I think it was Scott Carpenter who mentioned an idea in his letter. He mentioned to perhaps we need, if we were to have a cap, a flexible cap, where that it would be adjusted with certain conditions, and maybe just be flexible, maybe up 10, increase it 10 by 10 every 2 years or some amount. So perhaps if we confine it to R2 and not MU, Mr. Jurgis, did you want to opine on that in terms of what potential impact that could have?
I do. I think you meant RM, more of the multifamily.
Or RM, whatever it's called, yes.
More the multifamily. So that's definitely can be considered. I don't think there's anything wrong to do that. I think we need to be careful with people who actually have a short-term lodging permit.
Well, we could determine how many and then maybe
and have some type of an abatement program and a grandfather program. Yeah. Correct. Yep.
Okay, let me just see if there's anything else. As far as our actions tonight, we clearly have heard from Newport Island, so I certainly, depending on what the mayor wants to do, I'll just express my positions that if we do release the emergency freeze, I would say keep the permit freeze for Newport Island until we figure everything out. I like the owner-occupied and owner-managed on Newport Island. And I guess that's it for now. And then the parking, some form of parking enforcement, obviously, regulation, new regulation or enforcement. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Avery and then Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor.
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Avery, then Mr. Duffield.
That's what I thought.
Yep, that's okay.
There's just so many cycles to this business. Just people in and out and turnover. And, just think of the services going up and down the streets, the traffic that's added. And it's really tough to stay up with. And there's so much money involved. And I've heard this before where people make more money than they ever imagined on short-term rentals. And so this is going to be a tough thing for us to really corral. I don't know how we really nail it all down. And it seems to me clearly we need a better partnership with the firms that manage short-term rentals. And I think we do have good operators, and for the most part. But we just have to start working more closely to make this work out to the point where people, when they come to this town, they know they can't have a giant party, on their, next door to someone who's got a family at home. It's not, we can't be a party destination. But that's what a beach is a lot of the time. So, this is a really tough thing. And I don't think we can really enforce our way out of it. This is more of a partnership between the city and the people that are doing this, and the firms that are helping owners manage their places. But I think we've all traveled to Airbnbs in different places, and they're very well managed, and the parking spots are there, and it's all set up. But we were never built for that, and so it makes it tougher. So I am in favor, certainly, of making reasonable changes and supporting some of these new ideas. But they have to move us forward, and they have to be relatively simple. They have to work, and we can't be chasing ourselves with sort of poorly thought out policy. Towing cars is a big deal, and I don't know if we can just yank people's cars out of places. I don't see it happening much anymore. I know on Coast Highway where I worked, there would be a car sit for 4 days. We'd call, and then it would get marked, and they would wait for 3 days. And I thought, well, 3 days is it. We'd call, hey, 3 days is up, and nope, it wouldn't be towed. So there's some things happening that seems to me with enforcement, and we need to really dive down. Why is it so tough to do these enforcement things? And we certainly want to be welcoming. And it just seems to me we can get to a place. We've basically got Disneyland. We've got Disneyland. It's just instead of being operated by a very well-run private firm. We're being operated by a governmental entity that's pretty inefficient in many ways compared to private business. So we really have a tough time getting our hands around something like this. But we've just got to work, I believe, on the partnerships with the with our businesses that have these, that are managing these short-term rentals, and we've got to demand professionalism. And I think many of them are professional, but they have to be willing to hire the people to really manage it as a private individual would manage it. I think if you've got 100 firms to manage and you've got 3 people to do it, it's just not going to work out. If you've got 100 STLs, so and I think we just got to bring these entities that are running these short-term rentals in closer. And if they're not in town, if they're operating from some remote location, like they're operating from Europe or they're operating from another state, I just don't know how we do business with them. They really need to be here. So, and I know several of them that are here and they do a good job and they take pride in it, and they really get after their tenants, and when they have a problem, they deal with it. But I think we're headed in the right direction, but I think this is going to take more time, obviously, to kind of, for us to, as a body, to agree on really the right steps forward that don't further cause issues down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield, and then I'll go after that.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to start out with thanking our ad hoc committee. Thank you, guys. You've really put in a lot of time. I was thinking of maybe starting a short-term rental commission that you could be on forever, and we'll just keep tweaking this thing and tweaking it and tweaking it. And would you like that? Because I'll make a motion. Short-term rental commission. So I do, though, all kidding aside, you guys have really done amazing. Put in the hours and listened to everybody, and it's just it's a real hardship for the city. So, and I agree with Muldoon's assessment of the enforcement. I don't need to go there, but I just want to say I agree with that. And then I would think for Newport Island, for me, it just seems so obvious. You have to treat it differently. It's a different place, and I'm in favor of the owner-managed occupied, owner-occupied, owner-managed version. Thank you.
All right. I think this is where I've gotten. So at the beginning, I expressed concern that some of the good operators in our city were still very unimpressed by where we are on this proposal. And it sounds to me, based on the representative that at least 4 of them who represent over a third of all of the rentals in the city has said that yes, they are. They do not want it passed as currently written. Mr. Herdman made a good point, which was that it feels like you're trying to sell us on this, and I agree, you are. But to be fair, when we're doing a wholesale regulation of a fairly large industry that's existed longer than we have, it does need to be sold a bit, and so especially when when something like that requires an LCP to be brought forward. And I will say to Ms. Brenner's point about needing to feel like we've done the procedure right. I do not feel that we've done the procedure right, and I'm concerned about that. Now maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe we've gotten it to the point where we've done it and it'll pass through coastal. I'm not convinced on that one, and so I will say I do have concerns on that. And then, we have heard a lot of suggested changes tonight. And what that tells me is that I still think that there's work to be done. And I do want to touch just real quick on the cap and the transferability issue, because here's the deal. When you are telling city staff how to handle and process an application, and you are telling them that the application must be denied if there's been an ownership transfer, or well, let me back up for a second. If you're telling them that you have to tell them what are the parameters for approving or denying the application? And if on an annual basis, one of the ways of an application to be denied is that the ownership has been transferred, and there is a cap and there's a waiting list, right? So there has to, let me rephrase this. I'm not putting this in the proper order. If there is a cap and there is a waiting list, we have to determine how people on the waiting list will move forward into the position of actually getting a permit. If we're doing that, then we need to determine when a permit is either going to be, basically when it's going to be extinguished. And it can be extinguished in many different ways. One of them obviously is repeated violations, so it's terminated and therefore they lose the permit. And if we're going to say that it runs with the property, then it runs with the property, but we would at least have to tell our staff that. If we're saying that then it terminates upon transfer of ownership, then you have to list out that what an ownership transfer means, and that's where transferability comes in. And it's one of those things that it's inextricably tied to an approach that we're taking of trying to determine this. And yes, it's very complicated. Real estate transactions are always very complicated. That's why there are thousands and thousands of real estate attorneys. It's because they can get complicated. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to make the vision of what the ad hoc is looking at into a legal reality. And that's why the discussion of transferability has to be linked. Now, it may be, and it really is, it could be, it doesn't matter what kind of transfer it is, they lose it. But if they don't, and you want to work through this, then I think that's where it comes down to. So my reaction to this is you really can't pass a cap without explaining to staff exactly what happens when a property is transferred. And if you have to do that, then you get into a fairly messy discussion, which is exactly the point of working through this. And that's why I'm raising this as an issue. And look, we've heard a lot of discussion tonight, and we've heard some really good ideas that can be incorporated in or worked through. But that's sort of working through a lot of the messy stuff, especially when we're trying to write code that's fairly complicated. As you can see, I mean, even the discussion what I was just having with Mr. Harp about the code language dealing with when the owner is responsible, I really could read that language pretty clearly as requiring the owner to be on the hook for the payment of the violation of a parking violation. And so I'm just saying, language is hard. We got to get it right, especially when we're dealing with an industry this large. I think on the cap side of things, I think the issue there is if we're going to work, if we need to do more work on transferability language, which it sounds a lot like we do, then we need to at least push the cap discussion and the transferability discussion. There is possibility of saving some other things tonight. I don't think we're there. I also think that we really need to get to the point where the good operators are coming in here and saying, yes, please pass this, because they're not right now. And then the last thing I'll just mention is we've talked a lot about modifying the emergency ordinance issue. It's probably worth remembering, if we're going to do that, it takes a couple of meetings, because we can't walk in and declare an emergency and pass an emergency ordinance on this. There's no emergency requiring us to lift the ordinance or lift the stay on issuing permits. So if we were going to do that, it'd have to be introduced as a regular ordinance. It's not like next meeting we'd be able to handle this. That's one of the problems I've got is with the way that the emergency no longer exists for the purpose of why we had passed it in the first place, but we also can't just remove it on an emergency basis either. Ms. Brenner.
I think what I was saying about the transferability was that it was so complex that to add it on kind of at the last minute was concerning to me. But I also feel like we need to get this to move forward. It's like we have been working on this for so long, and not that we would move it forward if there wasn't reason to do that, but I would be willing to leave the transferability in there that you put in the last time and move this forward tonight because we need to get to coastal. And if we need our cap to go through coastal before it gets removed from the emergency ordinance, what we don't want to have happen is have, be up at 2,000 units before we are able to get this through coastal. So I would like to make the motion that we approve this tonight as written and move forward, and then we will be making, we can bring back to council adjustments to the ordinance as we go along, but we need to get this on the books so that we are not faced with the dilemma of having 2,000 units or more in Newport Beach. So I'd like to make the motion that we move this forward as proposed.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, second. Just to clarify, I did not put the transferability in. There was a discussion, a straw poll, and the majority of council voted for it. There is no such thing as a unilateral. I am not the governor. I do not get to do that sort of thing. All right, Mr. Avery.
So, U.S. Forest Service cabins are leased, and people trade them on the open market. And moorings in Newport Harbor the permits are traded. At Catalina, it's the same situation. At Santa Barbara Harbor, the slips are sold on the open market. The right to lease the slip are sold in the open market. And it creates all kinds of things. People have derelict boats basically in slips because they're just riding out the appreciation of the slip. I just think that's bad policy. It may work here, but I think ideally we find a way for it to, the owner sells the house, however you figure that out, and then you have I think a lottery is a good idea. We're issuing banknotes almost when we give a permit to somebody. They're just that gives them a right, the right to, for the time they have it, to print. And then, but to be able to transfer it with the property is another windfall that I don't think nothing has been done to deserve it, in my view. So it just doesn't seem right. So I think, we had this problem with moorings, and the same thing. People were profiting off moorings. People were buying moorings up, and during times of appreciation, and then putting them on the market and turning them. So. And I know when I talk about this, a lot of people, they don't like that. But I'm looking at it from a broad policy perspective, and it doesn't say I wouldn't support transferability, in a way that someone can pass down over time. But I think if you really want good policy, I think the other way would be more equitable, if you will, for people to be in a lottery and to have these things come up on a more regular basis due to the matriculation, if you will, of the owners, would be cleaner, and it would give more people a shot at it. So, I'm sorry. I think again, these are such big subjects. I think we really need to run them down. I'm just concerned with, anything hastily done, and so. I'm just saying it. I've always felt that way about this stuff, and but I'm not feeling up to making a motion on it because I think we would need to really describe, what it would mean, what the title would be. And I was talking to Councilmember Muldoon. Somebody's already figured this out. We just haven't seen it yet. But in many communities, in many places, it's the same issue, and so. They've sort of figured this out, and I assume the committee just looked at those, gave a survey out to see how they were doing it, because we're not unique here in any way. So I think I would just like to see how other municipalities are dealing with this, because I think they're all issuing permits, right? And maybe they all do just stay with the property forever, but it's quite a thing to hand out. and to withhold, right? When you've got many people that want into the market, but they can't get in. And the only way they can get in is they can buy in. And if this was all private business, it'd be totally different, but it's not. We're a part of it. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Okay, to that very same point, on page 18-15 on the proposed ordinance related to transferability, I mean, item number 1 relates to owner transfers to a family trust and detail around the family trust estate. And item number 3, owner transfers the ownership to an immediate family member, and that's defined there. I mean, that's my own belief. That's as far as I would go, is keeping it within a family. And maybe there's a time limit attached to that, maybe 25 years or 50 years or something like that. Again, I'm proposing that, and obviously that needs to be debated and discussed and determined if that's even feasible. But if there is transferability within the family, and then let it stop, but not to a private entity, an LLC, that's separate from the family. I think it should, if we do transferability, I support limiting it to the family. I don't know if that's a secondary motion. How do we want to deal, Mayor, on Newport Island? Is that going to be a separate item with straw vote? Okay, yes. So I won't deal with that. So I support Ms. Brenner's motion, just to restate the 3-night stay, the 1550 cap, if adding regulations related to transferability of permits to be finalized. And the ones that are in here, we clearly have to still work on. Establishing a minimum age of 25, which actually the property companies have said that they do anyway. And requiring each owner to be responsible for parking violations if that's determined. And I think the city attorney says that that's doable, that's legal, and according to Hoyle, I would be supportive of all of those items. So I support that, the motion on the table.
Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, one last comment. Brad, we did extensive survey work. Our staff did a survey, and then Spawn did a survey for us, and they surveyed every beach city up and down the coast of California. Then they went back east. They went to New York. They went to Chicago, found out what all their policies are and regulations and that type of thing have to do with short-term lodging. Transferability never came up in any of that survey work.
Interesting.
Bottom line here is that we need to find out from Coastal if they're going to allow us to establish a cap and if a 3-night minimum stay is going to be okay. If we get the nod from Coastal that this is okay, then we've got more work to do. If we don't get the nod from Coastal, all this talk is for naught. So we really need to move forward with this to find out from Coastal what they're going to permit us to do and what they're not going to permit us to do. And then we'll roll up our shirt sleeves and keep working.
But I mean, it has to be a project that goes before, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
Someone doesn't have to be a defined project, or can you have a kind of a conceptual conversation with Coastal?
Sorry, we've had conversations with Coastal. They're interested in what the council is going to decide upon. There is some support. Definitely, it'll be a long road, but there is support from the Coastal side. To what extent, I'm not sure yet.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Avery.
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a motion and a second, and I guess we'll go ahead and vote. Yep.
Just so I understand, what transferability is included in this motion?
So the motion is the staff recommendation, so it's exactly as written.
It's all 3?
Yep.
Okay. I will, just for the record, I'll be voting to repeal the ban or lift the ban, but against the ordinance for the reasons I think it's more of an enforcement issue. Thank you.
Mr. Harp, you look like you want to say something.
Can I make one quick modification? I see what you're saying about number 23 as far as the conditions on page 1817. I'd propose to change it to say the owner shall ensure that any transient user or transient user's guest complies with state or local law as the beginning. That responsible word, I think, makes it confusing, and I think that would clarify it if I could incorporate that into the motion.
Is that acceptable, Ms. Brenner? And then Ms. Dixon, you were the second. Is that acceptable, the language change?
Say it again.
The language change is basically they're not responsible for it takes away the concern about whether they're responsible for the actual payment of the penalty.
Right, I agree. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and vote then.
So, and transferability is all what's in the proposed language here. It's for everything, right?
That's what the motion is, yes. Oh,
What? Oh, we have to do it again?
Okay, all right, go ahead and vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2020-26, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach amending portions of Chapter 5.95 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code relating to short-term lodging, with Mayor Pro Tem Avery, Mayor O'Neill, and Councilmember Muldoon voting no. The motion carries 4-3.
Okay, so we're going to switch gears to a straw poll on Newport Island. So with that, we're going to, so I just want to be clear, the straw poll that I've got right now is whether it should be owner occupied and managed.
Well, I thought that was an interesting concept.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. Okay.
That's what Mrs. Gilbert proposed.
Okay.
And I think that would, may I speak? Yeah,
of course.
I think that would go a long way to ameliorate the issue on Newport Island where this outside companies are there and they're not being respectful of neighbors, but the owners presumably would be.
Okay. What are you?
We just want to make sure whether it's, if you're going to make changes on Newport Island, whether you're going to grandfather people in, or if it's going to be on a going forward basis, and the existing people are allowed to continue to operate, or if there's going to be some other proposal.
All right, I'll bring that back. I'll straw poll that. All right, any other suggested changes to straw poll for bringing back?
Is that it for Newport Island? So it's just owner occupied?
Well, hey, sorry, just a second. Mr. Avery, did you have something? No. Oh, okay, go ahead, Ms. Dixon.
What about the existing permit free? Should we keep that? Or if it's, or there's some transition period, we don't need the permit freeze if we shift to an owner occupied. But until that's done, we should keep, I guess that's what I'm saying, we should keep the permit.
Oh, sorry, it sounds like just the mic.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so I think I would propose that we keep the permit freeze for Newport Island until we shift to a system with owner occupied, owner managed.
Okay. Anything else?
So
I think I need to jump in here. So the freeze on the issuance of permit is tied to the emergency. And that's how you have to be thinking about it. If the emergency still demands that you have a freeze on the permits, then it's appropriate. But that's the way to look at it, not as some type of moratorium or something of that nature.
To be fair, though, to what she's saying, couldn't we introduce an ordinance that would accomplish what she's describing, but not tie it to the emergency? Because, I mean, the reason we passed the emergency ordinance in the first place because we declared an emergency and found it. So we're not talking about bringing it back as an emergency now. We're talking about it as...
Okay, I thought you were proposing to bring it back as an emergency ordinance.
No, this would be...
None of this is being proposed as an emergency. Okay. So all of this is being proposed as a modification, as a changed ordinance.
Yes, you could do some type of moratorium, or you could do, you could modify the ordinance.
Okay.
But, okay.
Yep. All right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Avery.
So I just want to be clear. So I'm really interested in getting, like we all are, relief for Newport Island as soon as we can. So are we So what point, what's the transition point where we go from
Where we are.
where we are to actual people living there and managing their properties?
Well, the mayor speak that
I mean,
if we pass this ordinance, it has to go through that process, but in
And there's a time element, right? But I think I just don't want it to drag on, right? I don't know.
No. So
It doesn't do them any good unless we implement at some point.
may I make a comment?
Yep.
And we start enforcing. Start ticketing cars, not warning cars. We ticket cars, and I think the code enforcement is challenging because everything has to be witnessed. Short of putting a little pup tent out there and letting the code enforcement live there, I don't know how we're going to catch all these people, but at least on the parking and the noise issue.
Well, that's immediate, right?
Yeah. So that's enforcement. And then we bring back, we've just said this, so we'll bring it back with a proposed ordinance at the next meeting, perhaps, correct?
If it might require 2 meetings, but yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so here's what I think we need to take a straw poll on. I'm going to rephrase the last one just a little bit because I think I understand a little bit better. The first straw poll we'll take is on whether the this is an interesting issue. I understand the point that Aaron's trying to make. I just want to make sure I work through it properly. Let's start with the easy one. So the easy one is to explain. That is not to vote, but to explain. The easy one is issue no new permits on Newport Island. So that's how that's how it would be. Issue no new permits on Newport Island. We'll straw poll that one in a second. The next would be to require that short-term lodging on Newport Island be owner-occupied and managed. And then the third is whether the owner-occupied and managed requirement would phase in or be an automatic requirement. Go ahead, Grace.
So you mean for existing?
Yeah, for
short-term
existing
permit holders?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make that very clear what we're.
Yeah, because I feel like I have a sense of the council. I think I know where the question on the issue no new permits is going to go. So that's why I'm maybe not building in that one. Anyway, go ahead, Joy. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
I'm working through it.
That last one, as far as, I think we need to know what we can do. Like, can you phase them out, or what can we do?
Oh, okay. So we can add in an additional one to phase out all permits over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, but can you do that? That was my real question. Is what do we?
Well,
have to
if
take
the
legally?
advice is that you have an annual permit and and you don't renew after a certain time period, if that's what the advice is that we can legally do that, then that's the answer, right?
So I think probably the best way to approach it would be to kind of allow the existing people to amortize out, what they expected, things to be when they purchase the property, as opposed to kind of doing something that's real short term. So allow them to, have maybe 10 years to amortize out, the value. Some people bought these as investment properties, as opposed to just ending it immediately.
Well, why can't? Could I ask me?
Go ahead.
The existing permit holders, when they have to come up for renewal, if the property owner wants to shift to owner-occupied, owner-managed, they still may with the existing permit.
I thought, yes, I guess that's true.
So that's an option.
Yeah, I think most of them that are there,
Correct.
probably didn't contemplate that scenario, maybe not even live in the state.
So they may transition to that, and if not, then they have an abatement period, perhaps.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Avery, then Mr. Herdman. It's a fun night. All right.
Yeah. I think I know the answer to this, so I'm going to pull out.
Okay, Mr. Herdman.
Just real quick, Diane, the trouble with that is that all 17 units on the island could become owner-occupied and owner-operated. So are we really accomplishing what we want to for Newport Island?
Well,
what we're
that's-
trying to accomplish for them?
That's a valid point, but the owner occupied, owner managed is different than what's currently being done now in those units that are causing the problems.
That's true. That's true.
So my hypothesis
Yeah.
is,
Or your assumption is
Assumption
that the
is-
situation's going to improve.
yes.
Okay.
Under those conditions, yes.
All right.
Okay, give me just a moment, please. No, you cannot go home yet. I'm going to get this. Yeah, can we introduce a charter amendment to require a new commission? I'm kidding. All right, so we're gonna, man, Aaron's face was not impressed. All right, so we're gonna go, let me ask this. If you were going to have the transition, what would the transition be? Length of time?
Typically, what do we have, 30 days, 60 days for a new ordinance to take effect?
You would want it to go immediately?
Or, oh, all right, so 30 days?
No,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
this is
What
the
I'm-
abatement period.
Yeah, I
right?
apologize. What I mean by that is, so you have, let's say you have an existing short-term lodging permit,
Yes.
and you would like that permit to transition toward, transition to an owner-occupied and managed property. How long before you would require that transition? Yeah, it's basically a grace period, an abatement period, an amortization period, whatever the period is.
Yeah.
Like, is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? What's the?
Well, I think we're going to, as I'm sitting here thinking about this, there are probably lease agreements between the property owner and the rental company, and that may be for a period of time. So I would like to say 30 days, but I don't know if that's reasonable. Maybe it needs to be 6 months or the length or to the end of the rental agreement. If it's less than 12 months or less. I mean, I'm just making that up, if that makes sense, to be fair.
Well, it's a big shift for a lot of people, right? They're single-family homes, and so they would have to, they live somewhere else, and they'd have to move into this home and then live in the home while they've rented out. It's a tough ask, and it would involve a lot of disruption in someone's life. So, you know,
Want longer
you
time?
definitely want to give them some runway, I would think.
I agree.
You know.
And people may choose to, if they're able to transfer, they may choose to sell the home to somebody who does want to own it and occupy it, but that might take some time as well. You know, especially if they live out of state, there may be people who don't want to, you know, comply with that type of model. So I'd recommend having a longer period of time, you know, to allow for the transition.
So you could do a 24-month. No. Okay. Well, hang on. That's why I'm asking. I'm hearing 24 months over here. Who wants 12? Who wants 6? I mean, no. I'm not trying to be an auctioneer here. I'm seriously trying to work this through. So.
Yeah, I would think it would also be important as we talk, like real estate transactions take time, and this is a pretty significant change. So.
Well, that's why I say 12 months or less.
I would just advise a longer period.
What, I can't hear you.
I think a longer period is just more helpful given the significance of this change in real estate transactions.
Any longer than 12 months?
Yes.
I think you need a couple years.
Really?
Quite honestly, because they've got rental agreements, but in the meantime, we're going to be enforcing like crazy. I mean, it's not going to stay as bad as it has been, but it seems like you've got rental agreements for maybe a year and then trying to sell it. I don't know, does that seem fair? Like,
It does. Yeah, it does. Because this is a pretty massive shift. I
know.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's the deal. You basically
They have to go to coastal.
It'll have to go to coastal.
Well, that's a built-in time delay.
That's a pretty long time.
A long time to go through that process, and also I think if we want to be successful with coastal, I think we would want to give some time. I would think.
Well, when does the clock start running?
It would be from adoption of the ordinance when it affects, so after it got through coastal.
Oh,
So I think that you would need to, a 24-month window after it gets through coastal. You got to have to make it palatable for coastal to approve it, because that's going to be an issue for them, I suspect.
That could be 3 years.
If we, I will tell you, I would not raise my hand for this, but I've got to at least ask. If we did a straight up moratorium on rentals on Newport Island, does that also have to go through coastal? It's not an emergency.
So typically you would do a moratorium typically when you're studying something before you implement. You wouldn't do a moratorium in order to, wait for coastal to approve it. So moratorium is the way that the law's built around it, is to kind of while you're studying and analyzing things, you put a freeze on it.
So if stated differently, if there was an approach where we wanted to pass an ordinance prohibiting the rental of short-term lodging on Newport Island just straight up, that's not a moratorium. That's just done.
That's right, but that'd have to go coastal.
That would go through coastal also. So no matter what, we're talking a pretty lengthy amount of time.
Suggestion. We know it's going to take a year, right? So that's the period. I mean, from the time it's going to take a year, and we've certainly put the owners on notice that this was going, if it goes through coastal, that this action will happen. I just would not be inclined to support 2 more years on top of coastal. It's going to be a year.
So let's go to Mr. Avery first, then Ms. Brenner, and then I'll try to figure out how to frame this.
Yeah, I think you need at least 2 years for someone to kind of deal with this, unfortunately.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you give us a chance to kind of think it through a little bit more? We'll bring back an ordinance with some options. Does that sound reasonable?
I'm gonna just. I think I can make I think I can get there. I promise. So just give me just one more second, Ms. Brenner.
Well, adding to what Diane said, I mean, if we think it's going to take a year, and then we gave them a year, that is 2 years.
That's where I was going to go.
Okay.
Yep. So, because I will just say real quickly, it's not great to create a law that is almost in like it's not great to create a law that has uncertainty until coastal either approves or disapproves, and then all of a sudden it just goes into effect like that. Because there's So, sorry, Mr. Herdman, go ahead.
Just one other thought. Some of these short-term lodging units are completely rented for the entire year of 2021. Okay, and you're talking about owners having to refund deposits. And so I'm thinking that the 24 months is probably the best way to go.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do then. I'd like to do a straw poll on 2 items, not 3. The 2 items are going to be, number 1, issue no new permits on Newport Island, and number 2, transition to owner and managed short-term lodging over a 12-month period after California coastal approval. So I think that's at least worth straw polling, those 2, because I think that's where you'd get to anyway, right, Aaron? Okay. All right. For purposes of bringing back, we're going to take a straw poll. The first is going to be a. I just want to make sure you get. Brad, I'm going to snag you on this one. So I just want to make sure you, because I'm going to ask for a show of hands. All right. So first.
Will.
Yes.
I mean, really, I need to know what we legally can do. I'm not trying to give them 2 years, but I'm trying to know legally what we can do, because I don't want us to pass something that's not going to pass the test so that it ends up being a problem for us. So, I mean, I'd like to give them 30 days, quite honestly, but I just want to know what we legally can do.
Well, I understand what you're asking. If we could always guess what coastal would approve, we'd be in a much better position all the time. I mean, that's the problem. Like we don't know. I mean, we've been hearing a lot tonight already that we're not even sure what we just passed is going to be going through coastal.
Would it be legal, though, if we said 30 days after it passes coastal? I mean, I don't want those people on Newport Island to suffer more than they have to, but I don't want us to pass something that we can't legally. So can you do like 30 days after it passes coastal, or what?
I think you're going to have some serious. I think Councilman Herman raised a good point. I mean, people have already entered into agreements where they agree to rent these properties out without an owner-occupied type of situation. You're going to create a lot of issues if you move forward with something that interferes with those kind of contractual relationships. My recommendation is, a year, 24 months after coastal approves. That way you avoid, having issues with people that have already rented those units out.
And in the meantime, we do a good job of enforcement.
Right.
Mr. Duffield.
Right, I was going to go there. So if there was a way to create some sort of fund or allocate some sort of money so that our staff knew that, and our city manager knew that we all agreed that this was going to cost more, then I'm okay with the 24 months. Oh, but if you gotta, these people are suffering now, today, and their property values are plummeting, and they can't wait 2 years. But however, we need to tell our staff that we are sympathetic to these people. We have the money. We need to allocate the monies to enforce it. Is that? Thanks.
So are we talking 12 months coastal plus 12 months? Okay, so that's 24 months. Yeah. And then we're going to be doing enhanced enforcement during this period of time.
But I mean, that's not an ordinance issue. That's why I haven't raised it during this discussion, because it's not right. Okay. All right. Straw poll. First item is issue no new permits on Newport Island. If you'd like to see that, raise your hand.
That would be everyone except for Councilmember Muldoon.
All right, and then the next is transition to owner and managed over a 12-month period after Coastal Commission approval.
Again, everyone except for Councilmember Muldoon.
And the mayor. That's
My
okay.
apologies, and the mayor.
All right, that ends another night of short-term lodging. So I'll tell you what, I know we only have one item left, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break for just, yeah. All right, 5-minute break, 9:10 return. All right, we're back, and we'll be taking up item number 19. Why don't we do a brief staff report on this one, just to kind of bring up to speed where we're headed.
So happy to do a presentation, Mayor, or just a brief comments where we're at.
Could you just talk? I don't think we need to talk too much about the appeal, although if you could just real quickly explain for members of the public who are still with us what the appeal is about. And then the second thing is, I would like you to, though, explain the thought process on the traffic and transferring it away from the housing subcommittee.
Certainly. So tonight's item, we have two resolutions. One resolution is approving an appeal to SCAG's distribution of the RENA numbers. And so just to recall, City of Newport Beach's RENA numbers, which are the housing units, is 4,834 units now, and half of that needs to be affordable. So we have some concerns with that high RENA number, and we've drafted probably a 32-page letter here. Jaime Murillo is our senior principal planner. He's did a lot of this legwork. And we're going about it on the appeal for three different reasons. One, we're site constraint. We have a coastal zone, we have fire zones, we have flood zones, we have the airport. We did the analysis, and if I can just show everybody on the screen, if you could launch the number 19, only 45% of our city is actually going to be developable. And I'll put that one picture up on the screen because I think it just tells a really good story of why we're constrained. And you can see that right here, right? All these little reds and greens and blues, flood zones and sea level rise. Only 45% of the city is not impacted. We are site constrained, right? That is an issue for us. We're different than other agencies. That red over there, that's the severe fire hazard zone. That is going to change. We've already seen a draft of what CAL FIRE is looking to do. That's going to expand. So even that percentage of 45 is going to go down even further. Another component of our appeal is the methodology. We don't agree with the methodology that they've used. They are ignoring a lot of factors for the city. And the third point of all this is that now we're in COVID. COVID has changed everything, the way we look at housing, the way we look at density. That for us is also a major issue. So we've drafted a letter for the mayor's signature. It is a resolution for the city council to consider. It is resolution number 92. There was an amendment to that letter. We've provided that as a memo yesterday that went out to you. We did add a paragraph that came from Chair Larry Tucker, who's chairing our housing committee. So that's a quick summary of our appeal letter. This goes to SCAG. There is going to be a timeline here. So we got to turn our letter in, our appeal, by October 26th. We get to comment on other appeals in the next 45 days. And then after that, SCAG has hearings for 30 days. In January of 2021, they'll have a proposed final RENA, and then a proposed final, and then an actual final in February. And that's the time schedule. So we want to change our RENA number from the 4,834 down to something lower. So next I'm going to talk about the next resolution, which is resolution number 93. So
before
yes.
you go there, I just want to give a quick update to council members also. One of the things that I've been doing a little bit is working with mayors in other cities, as well as our SCAG rep, Peggy Wong, who is a council member up in Yorba Linda. Peggy had asked for mayors to sign on to a letter asking SCAG to reform their litigation committee. The thought process there is that if HCD is unwilling to consider the recent discussions that have come out showing that it's unlikely that the numbers, the 1.3 million figure is accurate, that SCAG at least form the litigation committee to consider filing litigation against HCD to reduce that 1.3 million. If the 1.3 million number is reduced, of course, they'd be able to reduce it across the entire SCAG region, including Newport Beach. So that three part process that we've been trying to go down, legally challenge politically, and then then find compliance. I do want to just point out, this is obviously challenging legally, but this is a city approach. There are regional bodies that Newport Beach is having some effect on as well to try to bring down the number region-wide, which would help us as well. So I wanted to at least point that out. And SCAG did actually reform the litigation committee. So the big time fingers crossed is that we'll be able to do that. The other thing worth pointing out is we're also going to be asking, Peggy has agreed and uses Newport Beach actually as the example to try to get SCAG to carry legislation to essentially give units to so let's take Banning Ranch, for example, because that's the example that gets used a lot, actually. So you have Banning Ranch where a council approves a certain number of units, a different government agency says no. The Peggy is going to be trying to get SCAG to bring forward legislation that would recognize those housing units toward the city's RENA number, even if it's denied by a separate agency. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. There's no guarantee any of it works, but we're trying. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. Let's go into the traffic circulation issue.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. So the next resolution is resolution number 93. So the housing committee is really busy focusing on housing and sites, looking at the sites. They've looked at a lot of properties in the airport area. We've had 4 different meetings. They formed 5, and I say it 5 subcommittees from the housing committee, and there are 10 members to that housing committee. They're working hard. We're a little delayed because of COVID, but we're working strong. They're going to be busy all of 2021. We're focusing on the housing element. It's going to take a lot of work. I have 3 staff planners here tonight because there's so much work involved on the housing side. The chair of the committee believes that they are occupied on the housing element. They don't have the bandwidth right now to focus on the circulation element. There's work to be done on the circulation element now. Once the housing committee finalizes their site locations for additional housing, that will get plugged into the circulation element. But there is work to be done now on the circulation element. Housing doesn't want to work on the circulation element right now. From a staff recommendation, we'd like to move the circulation element update to the Planning Commission. They have authority already granted to them by the city's charter. Everything regarding the general plan always flows through the Planning Commission. That is in their charter. They're established. It's a venue for public dialogue, for public input. We can bring in experts. We can form subcommittees. It's ready to go. So resolution number 93 takes just the circulation element update away from the Housing Committee. And it really recognizes the Planning Commission to do the circulation element. Again, it's just a body for ideas can be discussed. They're only going to make a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council has the final say with any general plan element, whether it's housing element, whether it's transportation. All the elements eventually come to the City Council for final review. But it is a established commission that we can work through already and start working on the circulation element update. And that covers the 2 resolutions.
All right, why don't you stay up here, Ms. Brenner?
Simone, I watched the Planning Commission meeting when this was proposed to them, and Eric kept trying to get someone to step up to be the planning commissioner that kind of takes the lead on this, and nobody was interested in doing that. Has that changed since that meeting occurred?
So it is, thank you, Councilmember Brenner. It is really being part of an outreach committee. We recommended that a commissioner be part of the outreach just for oversight over staff and the consultants, so we're doing everything right. We have spoken to a couple commissioners. They have interest. Everybody's saying, well, if no one else steps up, we'll step up. And everybody's kind of taking that approach of let's see who really wants to do it. We do know of 2 that will do it. The chair, Eric Wagan, said if no one steps up, he'll do it. So we do have members that will do it. Clearly, there's not a sense of urgency. No one rushed to jump up to be part of the outreach.
That speaks to my concern about this, because we appointed planning commissioners that are dealing with housing and development and that sort of thing. We didn't appoint them really with the circulation element in mind, and it seems like this is a passion of mine, and I'd like to see somebody, I don't know whether it's within the Planning Commission or someplace else, but I'd like to see somebody dealing with our circulation element that is really passionate about finding solutions and coming up with creative ideas that, how are we going to make this traffic problem better in our city, especially if we build 5,000 more units.
True.
So I'm really concerned about this, and I'm not feeling confident that this is the way to go, but I don't have any suggestions on how to do it another way either. So I think that's all part of kind of my concern about our general plan update committee being disbanded, because I think probably there were people on that committee that were passionate about circulation and traffic. And I know now, is Tony Petros, is his firm engaged as a consultant for us?
Yes, he's with LSA, so they're on contract too.
So we do have Tony that certainly is interest, but I don't know, I just, personally, I'm not feeling confident that this is where we want this to be, because I really want people that are engaged and really interested in finding new ideas.
I think I look at it also as that it's the Planning Commission is a platform where ideas can be shared. So the commission can always form subcommittees. They could always have, through a Brown Act process, have people engage with the subcommittees to work through those issues. I think there's a lot of different ways we can do this. We can bring the expertise to the commission. We can bring the people in the community to the commission and work with our chair to form subcommittees.
Could they have like an ad hoc committee such as we have? I know you've mentioned to me, or maybe Dave mentioned to me, that there is someone in Corona Del Mar that is either retired or something, but he is like a city planner or a traffic person that lives in Corona Del Mar. And I mean, I would like to see us reach out into the community and get people who really are passionate about this to work on this particular problem.
And the commission has the authority to form ad hoc committees, and they can form ad hoc committees with residents, and it'll be subject to Brown Act if we do that. But that's absolutely in their purview to do that. If a resident wants to participate, we need their commitment to participate. As you know, Councilmember Brenner, these are long meetings sometimes, right? And it takes a lot of energy and a lot of work to get through these.
I'm just trying to think. Do you mind if I follow up on that for just a second? So Simone had come to me because I'm ex officio on this subcommittee, and had talked to me about this issue, and I'd push back on the same concerns actually, which was, how are we, can we do a standalone? Was one of the first questions I had asked Simone. Simone, you want to walk through? I mean, I'll just say, I'm gonna throw this to you in just a second. But I mean, I asked the same question: can we do a standalone? He politely reminded me how stretched thin the department is already on a lot of this. And then I also then we started talking about the circulation element in the context. And there's a letter we got. Hang on, let me find it. There's a letter that we got that I wanted to at least make sure I had highlighted from the Orange Coast River Park Conservancy, highlighting, hey, you should be focused also on open space. The answer is, yeah, we should be focused on open space. And guess what we're being told by the state of California? Focus on housing, and then everything else falls into place. And so I remember reading that thinking, yep, I agree with you. Same thing kind of on circulation. It's housing, dictative housing, and then circulation falls in behind that. And that's the problem. I mean, this is a huge problem with what our housing subcommittee is trying to work through, is where can you even find spaces in Newport Beach? ? Like it's not even where can you find over 4,000 units. It's just where can you actually find more? And it's not exactly easy. And they've been going parcel by parcel up in the airport area. Anyway, each element deserves its own review for sure. Unfortunately, we're being dictated that one is it's like the one ring. Like it's that, and then everything falls behind it. Ms. Dixon.
Yes, just to follow up on what Ms. Brenner was talking about, I agree. And staff, clearly we all know, is overloaded here on all of this, RENA and general plan, but you're going to have to staff the planning commission anyway. I mean, it's the same staff going to be planning. So whether it's an ad hoc committee or the planning commission, transportation, I mean, so much is changing in transportation, as we all know, and circulation. And added on top of that, the added additional housing units that may be built, maybe not, but nonetheless we have to plan for 5,000 more. It just seems to me that circulation and driverless cars and all of this, I just don't know what the expertise specifically is amongst planning commissioner members that have this. If we're looking at 21st century transportation circulation matters, that I think we need to get state-of-the-art thinking, and to the extent that we can. So I think citizens should be involved, and granted, it's a heavy workload, but we should at least appeal to those who have the skill sets in our community as well as the interest to be part of this process. So I would recommend that we direct, not just leave it up to the Planning Commission to, if they want, have a committee. We direct, the Planning Commission can supervise if you feel that that's appropriate and better, but there needs to be a community-centered transportation circulation ad hoc committee to work with the Planning Commission. But the staff's still going to have to staff that function, right? I mean, that doesn't change. But I'd like to be a little bit more specific in directing the Planning Commission to reach out to the community to get community involvement for however many members. But to me, I think it sounds like we're just throwing it to planning because everybody's too busy, but it's so fundamental to our future and to the future general plan that I think the citizens will be not well served not to be involved in this process.
I agree. Ms. Brenner, go ahead.
It almost seems like maybe you're adding additional complication to have it go through the Planning Commission. It seems like it would be simpler for us to just appoint a committee that is focused on circulation, and doesn't it seem like it's going to be sort of circuitous to involve the Planning Commission, and then I wonder if you're not going to be saving time if we just appointed a committee that was focused on this.
And thank you, Councilmember Brenner. I think when the subject matter did come up a while ago, I think the concern I have as the department head is having another committee to staff, to man, another night meeting, another agenda to produce, more staff reports to write. Dave doesn't have, I had a conversation with Mr. Webb today, and we talked it through, and we were trying to problem solve what's the best way to tackle this. That he has a lot on their plate too. I think we all do. In reality, we will do whatever the council directs us, Councilmember Brenner. That's what our job is, but we're trying to be efficient with our resources.
Well, since we reinstituted the Traffic Affairs Committee, is there a way to wrap this into that so that it could...
I do think that probably the easiest binary decision is it's either go with staff recommendation, go to the Planning Commission, or if the council would like to appoint a separate committee. I think for us, trying to do some hybrid approach, I think it complicates things.
Such a critical...
I know.
I mean, it's so critical.
All right.
Mayor,
no, go ahead, Ms. Young.
I just wanted to add to the discussion a little bit in that I think you have to remember we do have an expert hired in, a consultant with Tony Petros, who fortunately has the actual history of the city as well as the technical expertise, who is going to be preparing a lot of the draft, well, all of the draft, really, and together with of our expertise that we have in staff. And then it has to go to the Planning Commission at some point. So it's not like it's, when you talk about a circuitous route, it would still have to go through planning at some point in time, because planning, as part of their charter, has to go through all of the general plan elements through that. And then the really key critical piece to all of this is what gets developed by the experts gets fully vetted by people in the community. And we have a lot of experts, you're right, in the community, and a lot of interest in that. And they're going to have a full process to vet, kick the tires around this. That's why we have this outreach committee that's already begun, that has many members that were formerly in that general plan update committee, and being a part of this, that's really going to do a full engagement with the community through that. And I really think the Planning Commission is more of a guiding a forum to have all this happen, all the vetting happen through it. And I think to add another layer on top of that, I think it's going to come through that without us creating another committee that's Brown Act, that's noticed, and provides that other layer. In the challenge of what we have to do in terms of managing our resources right now, I don't think we're going to lose the community involvement that we need to have the input into that circulation element so that when it finally comes before council, you're going to have all that vetting done through all that. And it's not just upon the planning commission on themselves to make their determinations. They have to get the input from others and be a part of that and get all of that together to come up to council. So I just want to emphasize how important we know the community outreach and vetting of the circulation plan as it goes through is.
May I make a comment?
Yep.
I mean, just to echo Joy's comment, the Planning Commission really doesn't want to do this. I mean, is there anybody on the Planning Commission that has that type of circulation, transportation expertise? They're real estate developer people and a lawyer. Again, I'm just repeating myself. This is really such an important element of our general plan, and that we're kind of just shoehorning it into the Planning Commission. You're still going to have to do Brown Act. You still have a committee. You still have you'll still have to operate as if it's another committee, and the Planning Commission has its workload. I mean, I think it's a good idea to maybe have one or two members of the Planning Commission on this transportation element or circulation element committee. Yes, have two members of the Planning Commission, but to give it to the Planning Commission, they don't even, you're going to have, in my opinion, you're going to have more work because they don't know how to do all of that. To set up the committees and this and monitor that. And they've got their full-time jobs, plus they've got the Planning Commission. There's a lot going on planning. There's a lot of building that's coming. I think we're, again, shoehorning this, and it's going to end up being more inefficient in the long run.
Well, and I'd just like to add that because this is such a critical issue, for us to make this determination based on our limited staff, which I agree we are limited, and you guys do extraordinary work and more than we could possibly really expect of you, but nevertheless, this is an issue that is so fundamentally important to our community that I don't think we should be making the decision based on that. It's like, is this a critical issue to our community? And if so, we find a way to give it the importance that it deserves, because this, as I've said over and over again, if you go around our community, the one issue that is so pervasive everywhere is traffic, and what are we going to do about it? And as the housing element people are coming up with proposals for where they're going to increase density, and as we have projects that come to us down on Mariners Mile, I mean, we really need to get a handle on this. So I just don't think we should make this determination based on staff time. I don't know how we do it without that, but that shouldn't be our primary concern.
So my response to that is we're always dealing in limited resources. That's inherently what we are doing as we make decisions up here. And so the point that I think Simone's trying to make really aggressively is part of the limited resources is financial. What we are doing is we're spending a lot of money on an expert to tell us and work through the LSA, LSA is going to be working through the process pretty clearly. And what we need is a body that's going to see it anyway, which is the Planning Commission. We need them to work through on an outreach basis with the public, which they absolutely will do, to your points. But creating a new subcommittee or a new committee entirely requires a new resolution. It then requires applications. It then requires a review of the applications. It then requires us to vote and create a new committee. That new committee requires new Brown Act meetings. Those new Brown Act meetings require staff time, and the staff time is limited, and they don't have it. We're not dealing in ideal. I mean, that's unfortunately every vote we've made so far has been dealing in the non-ideal. We just spent a really, really long time in the non-ideal. And so I guess my point is I was initially skeptical too, but again, if our focus is on the housing element because we've been legally obligated to do so, everything else is going to fall into line behind that. And so our staff time is better spent on the thing that we have to do, and then and then relying on our consultant. And then also, look, if members of the public want to help us out, by all means, help us out. And then work through that ad hoc of the planning commission to bring it forward and make recommendations, because we need it. We do need that help. But at this point, we've got to work with the resources we've got. And, it's not like we're brimming with cash. No one is right now. So it strikes me that the resources we've got are what we got to deal with. And that's where we need to be moving forward with. But it doesn't mean that we're not prioritizing traffic. It's the opposite. I mean, we're spending a significant amount of money, and we will have created an ad hoc that technically we don't have to do, but we're still doing it. I just think that adding another layer of committee to this process will slow it down in a way that's unnecessary at this point. Anyway, any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, well, let's go to public comment on this. We'll start with the community room.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council. I wanted to quickly try to comment on this sort of in reverse order. One of the things I found most interesting about the staff report was the last page, actually the last 2 pages, which are the housing action plan, staff's housing action plan. What I found interesting in it, it's a whole list of tasks. And if you believe that, we're almost to the end. All the tasks are completed except 3, one of which you will be completing tonight with the appeal letter. And I don't have the sense that we're that close to the end, so I'm wondering why new tasks are not showing up on the housing action plan. And ones that have been completed, I'm not quite sure what the resolution of some of those was. For instance, number 16 on the very last page addresses questions that you, the council, asked of the staff. One of them, how many housing projects were denied by the Coastal Commission in the last 5 years? Sounds like the only one staff could come up with was Banning Ranch. What are other cities doing? I still don't know the answer to what other cities are doing. As the issue you were just talking about the modification of the Housing Element Update Committee, I think we're going kind of sideways on this. The staff proposal is just to strip out everything referring to the circulation element from the Housing Element Update Committee. I don't quite know how that's possible because you have this contract with Kimley Horn, of which LSA is a subcontractor to that. And under their contract, they're supposed to be getting direction from the Larry Tucker Committee, yet the Larry Tucker Committee no longer has anything to do with the circulation element. So that is confusing. And also just turning things over to the Planning Commission, as I mentioned to the Planning Commission, you're losing a layer of review there. As was mentioned, they review everything that is related to the general plan. But if there's not a citizens committee that prepared something first, and the Planning Commission is the author of the new circulation element, it's a little hard for the author to be also the one making a reasoned recommendation about it. So that's a problem. And I want to remind the city council members are concerned about citizen expertise. On our staff, the expertise about transportation is not in Simone's department. It's in the Public Works Department. That's where the people who know about traffic and circulation are. Those are the ones who refer to and understand the circulation element. So I think you want a citizens committee working on the circulation element in interaction with the housing one. So you have a housing element update, a circulation element update, but it would be the Public Works staff, as with the bicycle committee, that would be the logical one for that. And sorry, the buzzer is up. So as to the appeal letter, my comment on that is I tried to read the appeal letter. It's very long, very densely written, kind of repetitive. if you actually want that to be effective and well-read, I think it needs a lot of editing. And strangely, the letter is already posted on the city website, even though you've not approved it yet, as our final letter going to SCAG. But I do not think it's ready to go to them. It really needs some review and editing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the community room? Any callers? All right, how many? Okay. Hi, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Huayan Yep. So I heard all these different scenarios you mentioned, and I don't have a suggestion. But probably I would just say we should start looking for residents who really want to contribute to the circulation element. It probably will take time to find good people who are devoted to this cause. So while we're looking for people, we can figure out if we want a real committee or subcommittee. So on subcommittee, I just want to remind you that the Water Quality Committee is really good at using subcommittee, and I am a subcommittee member. So let's get some people in first. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Any other callers? All right. Let's bring it back. It's probably worth remembering to Hoyan's point. We did open up an application process to the subcommittee on the housing element at the time when we had circulation element and received 0 applications from people who wanted to be involved in the circulation portion of that housing element subcommittee. I mean, it's not exactly like it's a specialty out there in the community where we're going to get a bunch of applications for this specific expertise, because frankly, the person we would probably look to anyway is the person we hired. So that's sort of there is something to be said about that. To Jim's point, it's a good one about traffic engineering expertise being found in Mr. Webb's department. Would you be including some of the traffic engineers with our ad hoc at the Planning Commission?
Oh, absolutely. They're ingrained with everything we do. We always work with the transportation team for Public Works.
Okay.
We do everything together.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. All right. Okay. Let's bring it back. On this appeal, yeah, this probably will not be bound in a leather volume and being on everybody's bookshelf, although I think it actually is pretty well written. So I'm not gonna, I do appreciate the effort that went into this. Clearly, there is a lot of effort that went into this. And if our residents would like to have a pretty good understanding of why we're so frustrated by this, this is a pretty good document to show. And it's a really good document to explain because, I mean, when you see that map and you realize how much is already covered by different agencies telling us thou shalt not build, it puts into stark relief what we're up against, what we're dealing with. And although I question whether this will work, just not because of the effectiveness of the letter. I think you could have been Tolstoy in this; they would have the same effect because everyone's going to be appealing on this, and we know that. But the point is that I think this helps. This really helped crystallize the the challenges we're going to face anyway. And anyway, so I just want to say thanks for the effort on this one. There's a lot. I know how much effort went into this, so I just want to say thank you for all the effort that went into this. And then on the traffic one, yeah, there's not a good perfect solution on this, and it's frustrating. And this whole process is frustrating, and it's just like one more layer of frustrating. With that, I'm going to make perhaps just a frustrating motion of I'm going to move to approve staff recommendation at this time. Seconded by Mr. Muldoon. Any further discussion on this? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we'll move into the last item, which is COVID update.
Short and sweet.
10-4. This is going to be very short. I think what I have just a brief update is just on where we are in terms of the reopen the California state government's blueprint for reopening. And as you know, we've been in the red tier. We've been in the red tier now the 6th week that we are in. And the statistics come out, the metrics come out every Tuesday, which is helpful for being before the council meeting. So we still are solidly in that red tier. That additional layer that I think most have heard about now is this health equity metric now. That is another number that we have to look at and for the county to meet. And it really goes into looking at where the high positivity is happening in the lower income type areas where we do see that discrepancy. So they're wanting to see that number being brought down. So as of this point, with that 6.5% health equity metric that we're in, that needs to come down a full percentage point. I want down to 5.3. So that's a pretty significant adjustment. I think the county has been doing quite a bit of work. There's a Latino health initiative. So there's a big focus point in the areas that are in this high area numbers of positivity that are coming on and bringing that number down. But it's going to take some time. I think overall we're seeing movement happening. The number of positive cases, that 4.6 is a good trend from the last week. I think it was at 5.2, so to come down to 4.6 is good, but it's all incremental right now, so I think that's the challenge. So I'm not hearing of the county moving into the next to the orange tier anytime soon, I think is a general message on that. Here's just a little information on that health equity metric that is really focused on looking at where in disadvantaged neighborhoods, what the rates are and bringing the gap closer down with other areas in the community, which, is really challenging. You think about how large Orange County is and the different demographics across that county. On our side, with our numbers, being in a fairly good place, we've continued to have reopenings while maintaining all the appropriate measures in place. So library continues to be open at the main library. That's been well received and doing well. Our city hall opened last week, so we'll continue that. So with our planning and permitting counters in particular now, it's all being brought in into City Hall. And the senior center, our facility, fitness center, just opened up starting yesterday with appropriate measurements in place. So I think these are all good things that we're working on and building upon while we hopefully have the numbers continue to be on the trend that they are. And then just very briefly, we had gotten the CARES Act money that we really pushed into, focused on our small businesses. And I want to say we have most of the money distributed. We're now into the third round of applications to make sure we get all of it spent in time before the end of the calendar year. I want to say that we have to get it in by. So we keep pushing out the grant funds as quickly as we can, and it's nice that there's still the pool to go into. And then there was another tranche of money through CDBG that also is going through a business grant program there. So you can see right here, we've had the application period closed. We got a good number of applications come in, and it's going through its review right now too to hopefully get the grant funds for these out in these next couple of weeks too. So a lot of effort going into getting the grants going out as quickly as we can. And that's it from me. And I don't know if, Jeff, do you have anything? Or as I'm shaking my head, no, you don't, right? So we'd be happy to take any questions from council at this point.
Any questions? Hospitalizations, very low, continuing to be very low. Remember, peak mid-July was around 722. Today, I believe they're just around 160. And that, by the way, just quick reminder, includes people who are hospitalized and test positive for COVID. It does not mean that they are hospitalized because of COVID, although I'm guessing the vast majority were. With all of the testing that people are doing, when people come in for to give birth, or they come in through the ER, a lot of people are still testing positive asymptomatically, and so it's just worth noting that those figures. But still, we'd like to see those numbers continuing down. So be safe and be well, everybody. With that, we stand adjourned. Thank you.